Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. How are you? How are you? I'm sure mekula breakfast surely. How are you? Well done. Okay, now I hear there are people who are looking for somewhere to sit. I can guarantee you, if you look behind you, in the auditorium just behind you, there are more seats there, complete with the TV screens, actually 2 TV screens, and anything else that you require to enjoy or to participate in this conference. Kwa hivyo kama hujapata kiti hapa mbele, please do not fret. Just let the ushers show you or take you to the back of this auditorium where there are plenty more seats for you to sit there with pens and papers and water and sweets if you like, and speakers and TV screens for you to be a part of this conference, okay? We're just also waiting for a few more guests. Some who are speakers in the panel discussion shall be having, so as soon as they arrive, then we start this very important event. Okay? Thank you. Music, please. know we're in the coastal town of Diani. And kama kawaida tunajua kwamba tukiwa katika pwani mambo huenda taratibu. So here's what I want you to do because everyone must speak. Okay. Everyone must, you know, the ones who are supposed to speak must speak. So tutatumia mbio za Nairobi na utaratibu wa pwani. Sawa? Sawa, eh? So let me ask that we take our seats very quickly. We are actually an hour late, like I said. There are targets we must hit in as far as time is concerned. The important people must participate. And we must not lose track of time. The Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage, Ambassador Dr. Amina Mohammed, representing the Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Honorable Lady Justice Joki Dongo, Judge of the Supreme Court of Kenya, the Chief Administrative Secretary for Sports, Culture and Heritage, Mr. Zak Kenothia, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Sport, Mr. Joe Kudo, Principal Secretary, State Department for Culture, Madam Josfata Mukobe, the Chairperson, Gender, Welfare and Sports, the great Catherine Dereba, the Chairperson, Parliamentary Committee on Sports, Mr. Patrick Macau, Honorable Retired Judge, it's good to see you, ma'am, Justice Joyce Aloch, wakuone tu, inotu mkono Judge Aloch, wakuone. There, let's give a round of applause. This woman has done many things. We wrote the Children's Act together, ma'am, remember? I was there. My fellow facilitators, Julie Gishuru, Pinky Gelani, Hema, Swale. Julie will be running the panel discussion later on in today's event. The important people in this event, the athletes, the people who raised our flag and made our anthem extremely popular. In fact, on that note, let me ask that we all rise up. Tusimame tafadhali. And I hope the anthem is ready because the anthem for Kenya and for East Africa community are prayers to the Almighty. So we do not require to have a solitary person stand up and say a prayer. Our anthems are prayers. So we'll start with our Kenyan anthem and then followed by the ESC one. 20. Asante, you may be seated. I forgot a very important component of our facilitation group, Daniel Dambuki, also known as Churchill. Paul ndugu yangu nakuona saito. Good to see you. Like I said, the important people, the sports fraternity, you've been called once again, not just to represent this country in a great global conference, because that's what this is, but once again, you've been brought and asked to speak or to start a conversation that is not just about sports and what happens in sports, but what happens in every aspect of our culture in this country. A conversation that must start. Na nyinyi, wanariadha, or at least for that matter, you've been called once again. You've always been called to bring this country together. Sports does not know lugha au untoka wapi or which country. It brings us together. So you have been asked to do this once again. Not just for Kenya, not just for putting Kenya on the map as you always do, but to put us into a conversation that brings families and individuals and healing together. Okay? And just to give you a picture, or to paint for you a picture, that even though we have a singular face in Madame Tirop, because gender is really about both men and women, and both men and women must speak, because it happens to both men and women. So I want you to listen to this presentation by a group of amazing young men and women about what this conference, the Gender Equity for Sports Conference, is about. Let me invite them on stage. Talent for Tomorrow, followed by Crystal Asige, to come and paint a picture for us about what we are faced with and what we must do. And not just today, but start this conversation. Talent for Tomorrow, welcome.
Hi, I am Agnes Tirop. I come from humble beginnings. My parents who are seated here have done so much for me and my siblings, and I promised myself when I grow up, I will look after them. My name is Agnes Tirop. I love running and I'm actually really good at it. This is what I want to do when I grow up. But how do I start? Where do I go? Who can help me achieve my dreams?
I'm Agnes Tirop, and I'm actually running now. Many people are willing to support me with my running shoes and even my training. But some of these men are acting kind of weird. They seem nice at first, but turn out not. I can't really talk about it because they say that it will interfere with my career. I am Agnes Tirop. I started running on national levels and now I'm winning international medals. My family is super proud of me. But it's not been easy. Many want a piece of my success and some even want a piece of me. Sometimes I don't know anymore who to trust or what's right and what's wrong.
Wow. You are not invisible. You are our hero. We look up to you. We are proud of you as you are of our many female athletes. All of us are sorry we didn't see the warning signs, but we pledge to do better. Don't we all? Don't we all?
We must put a stop to anything that dishonors our aunties, mothers, daughters, and sisters. They help us become better people, and in return, we must protect them. So together with you, we will work towards a better, brighter, and safer future for all.
Scary when I get too loud, silence when I try speak out, sensitive when I choose to smile, sensitive when I choose to cry. They try to tell me this, you're in a mood. Correction, I am a mood. Oh. You've been miseducated, dismissed is amazing. You hearing me say, get used to me. Make it work for me. Music green, green. Hey, why did you ask me? A man, I can't be like you are. Yeah, yeah. Told I couldn't run, now I fly. Told I couldn't argue, while my spirit fights. Told I couldn't drive, now I'm flown. Told I'd never work again, look at all I've done. Told I should sit down, so I'll take my throne. Told people like me don't stand, but we're twice as tall. We work twice as hard to get a half as far. You didn't make me great, it was the other way around. They try to tell me this, you're in a mood. Correction, I am a mood. Oh, hey, you've been miseducated, dismissed is amazing. You keep hearing me say, get used to me. Hey, get used for me. See my Kereke, kereke. Oh, ah, kereke. Kereke, kereke. Oh, najijua. Agnes anajijua. Watu sikia, watu jua, maana kiasi twajijua.
Makofi!
Thank you so much. My name is Crystal Asige. Thank you so much for inviting me to this amazing event in honor of Agnes. I wrote this song and it's titled Ninajijua. Not just because of a life that we've lost in Agnes and a massive talent that could continue making Kenya shine that we've lost, but also because all of these lyrics that I've written is things that I've also experienced. I'm a woman with disability. I'm a musician, but I'm also a public speaker, motivational speaker. I represent persons with disabilities at Amnesty Kenya International on the board of directors. And I'm a woman human rights defender. That's a big reason why I'm also here. And right now, there is a real targeting of us human rights defenders, women who are making an impact, like Agnes, like Elizabeth Ikaru, like Esther Mwikali, and other women who have been fighting for the rights of other women in the country and have been extinguished from our midst. And so I would like to just make a recommendation and a prayer that during this conference, in your deliberations and in your conversations, that you would also consider not just women human rights defenders and other women who are doing the same in the space, but also for women who have disabilities like myself. If a woman like Agnes could be murdered, then what about women like us who are even more vulnerable? Hearing impaired women who cannot scream for help when they are unsafe. Women with disabilities which are visual like mine, who can't even see the danger coming towards us. Women who are physically disabled, who can't run away from the danger. And women who have intellectual and neurodiverse disabilities, who don't even have an idea of what is a good or what is a bad touch. And most of our perpetrators and most of our abusers are people that we know. They are in our families, they are in our communities, and they get more safety than we do. They are protected more than the victims are protected. And so I stand before you not just as a musician today, because I'm so much more than just a singer. I have a lot more that I would like to share and give. And I pray that you continue to support us human rights defenders who are women in this space, because we need the support, we need the investment, and we need the protection as well. I pray that you have a very successful event, and I wish that I will greet you all in person throughout the day. Thank you very, very much for your time, and I hope you enjoy this song.
Wow. Come on, we can do better than that. Let's give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Crystal Asege. Thank you, Crystal. This is what this is about. Please be seated. And I can tell you for a fact that all these groups represented here have come with a lot of might. We have Lieutenant General retired Jackson Tuwe, who's the president of Athletics Kenya here, because this is an important event, because he represents an organization that I'm told has Kenya as the second biggest country in as far as sports is concerned. As in, if Kenya won't speak 20 years from now, we shall be blamed for not raising a voice about this discussion that you've heard Crystal saying, that doesn't only affect sports, but affects everyone, including people, all sorts of facets of life. In the judiciary, we have Mr. Nuruddin Haji, Director of Public Prosecution here, because this is a big conversation. So people have come with a lot of might to make sure that this conversation not only starts, but continues, and solutions must be gotten from the highest level. Okay? So we must have this conversation. Allow me to introduce our first speaker. It's a woman who I hold in a lot of in high esteem. She helped me in as far as writing or guiding me towards being a part of writing the Children's Act of Kenya. And I'm sure she's touched many people sitting here and in the country as large. Tusimame tumpige huyu mama makofi. Retired Lady Justice Joyce Alwatch.
Now I fly, told I shouldn't argue, but my spirit fight. Told I couldn't drive, now I'm flown. Told I'd never work again, look at all I've done. Told I should sit down, so I'll take my throne. Told people like me don't.
Allow me to acknowledge the CS for sports, culture, gender, Ambassador Amina Mohammed. Please clap for her because she's made a difference. She has made a difference in the ministry. And if I have a minute or two, I'll explain. I also want to acknowledge my sister judge, Honorable Lady Justice Njoki Ndungu. I acknowledge, I will stop calling my sister my son because now I cannot call the DPP. I'll just acknowledge the DPP and not call him my son or and all protocols observed. He says I can call him, but I'm saying no. This is official now. Now, gender equity is the process of being fair to both men and women, as was said a few minutes ago. To ensure fairness, how do we ensure fairness to both men and women? To ensure fairness, we have to develop strategies, measures. We should make this available to compensate for women historical and social disadvantages that prevent women from otherwise operating on a level playing ground. And that's what this is all about. On embracing gender equity and dignity in sports, I believe I'm playing my part. Why do I say that? Because I chair Cricket Kenya Normalization Committee, bringing cricket back to normal. And thank you, Ambassador, for appointing me to this position because she did so knowing that I knew nothing about cricket. So I was thrown in the deep end, and I'll tell you how I have swum. I'm swimming up. My committee was appointed sometime last year to normalize cricket in Kenya after almost 2 years of no activity in cricket due to serious governance issues. So where did we start? We started by making sure that there was order. And when a judge talks about order, retired as I am, I'm not yet tired. But when a judge talks about order, we started by making sure that Cricket Kenya has a constitution. That is the latest constitution in the sports field in Kenya. Just go visit the ministry's website and read through the Cricket Kenya constitution. That is where we first made our impact. And if you read that constitution, the inclusivity of men and women, we borrowed from the Sports Act and International Cricket Council. Now, we consulted, we deliberated, both players, umpires, stakeholders. I believe some are here. Now, our committee has made strides in gender equity. How did we do that? By ensuring that both men and women players get fair and equal opportunities to participate, both men and women. Despite the lockdown due to COVID-19 last year and the fact that there had been no cricket going on in Kenya, we nevertheless, with the assistance of the Cabinet Secretary, and that's why I'm saying she has made a big difference in the ministry, and also in consultation with the International Cricket Council. As a mediator, I am now a certified international mediator, so I know how to mediate. We were able to be allowed, despite the fact that there was no cricket going on in Kenya, but we were allowed to send our girls to a women team to Rwanda to participate in the 2021 Kwibuka Women's Tournament. And that is in remembrance of the Rwanda genocide. And what did the girls do? They pulled it up. They brought back the cup home. They did very, very well. Right now, as I'm speaking, our women's team is in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. What are they doing there? They are taking part in the conference game, in the Commonwealth qualifiers, game qualifiers for the first time ever. Kenya has never reached there. The women team has never reached there. Now, when I talk about the cabinet secretary doing her bit, which maybe I wasn't involved in sports, but every time we choose a team, men or women, gender equality, and she will always say in her very nice and polite way, please can I see the list? So before you take the list, you want to say, okay, have we balanced this? She is very keen on gender equality within sports. Now, finally, is to say that in order to address gender-based violence in sports, we have to ensure that both women and men are at the negotiating table. Do you know what happens when you are not at the table? You are in the menu. So we don't want our girls to be on the menu. We want both men and women to be at the negotiating table. And how do we do this? How do we get women to the negotiating table if they're already not there? We are talking about training, capacity building, exposure, and just role modeling. Give both men and women an ear. But sometimes, because I've been engaged in sports now for a few months, sometimes the men will say, oh yes, Judge, we know that. But when I get to the women, I don't address them separately. They come to us, to the committee. We have engaged them several times. They both come, both men and women, and the women have all these issues. So what I'm saying is, do something tangible. It's not enough to just say, oh, gender equity, just do something tangible. That's why I'm listing to you what we are doing as a committee. And right now we have an independent electoral panel, and very soon, like next week or so, this week, late before Friday, I will make it official. And cricket is now ready to go because we will conduct elections and then hand over. So please, please, can we make sure that in sports we have both men and women on the negotiating table? And please do not let me never find women on the menu. Thank you.
Retired Lady Justice Joyce Alochba Kofi kwake tafadhali. I'm reminded to just continue reminding. Oh, let me also recognize the presence of His Excellency the Ambassador of Ethiopia. Oh, just let them see. Yeah, that's how big this conference is. Everyone wants to participate. Everyone must participate. Yeah. Let me just remind you to constantly wear your masks properly. Yeah. We are quite a number of us in this auditorium, so we must exercise and respect the protocols, the COVID-19 protocols as listed by the Ministry of Health. All right. Secondly, I know that you also need to communicate with the people back home, but if you could just put your phones on silent or vibrate, really, so you're able to hear. But so when somebody speaks, you don't interrupt them. Yeah? And then lastly, if you need to use the washrooms, they are outside this auditorium onto the left, clearly marked. Right, let me now invite the Chairperson Parliamentary Committee on Sports, the Honorable Patrick Macau. He's not in? Oh, okay. Then let me now invite the Chairperson, Gender Welfare and Sports Committee. And I like to refer to her as the great. So let me invite her. Let's tusimame. Lazima tusimame tumpige makofi. Round of applause to the great Catherine Dereba. Makofi tafadhali. Makofi tafadhali.
Scary when I get too loud. Silence when I try speak out.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, heads and representatives of diplomatic, Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage, Honorable Dr. Madam Amina Mohamed, the Principal Secretary of Sports, Culture, of Sports Department, Mr. Joe Kudo, Honorable Jock Dungu, Judge of the Supreme Court, Honorable Macau and the Parliamentary Committee, fellow committee members, invited distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a lot of pleasure to be here with you as we reach this important milestone in the history of our country. The presentation of Gender Welfare in Sports report that analyzed the status and discrimination and abuse in Kenyan sports ecosystem. Today, as I present this report, on behalf of the Gender Sports Welfare Committee, I wish to thank the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage, Honorable Ambassador Dr. Amina Mohamed, for the opportunity to serve the country and improve the sports industry through this committee composed of state officers, the ministry, the athletes, and various professionals in the sports industry. I also thank my fellow committee members and team for their tireless effort in taking part in deliberations and subsequent preparations of this report. This report was compiled from interviews and consultations conducted by committees with the athletes, coaches, and technical officials from various sports disciplines. As we compiled this report, our challenges was how not to miss out anything mentioned by our interviewees, since we considered all that important. We were told very important information. With the help of my team, we have compiled a very comprehensive report that we hope will contribute to the building on an inclusive sports environment. More on the report, we will be presenting by one of my committee. More of the report will be presented by one of my committee members shortly. The exploitation of sports women and girls has been long tolerated within the sports industry. There have been unwarranted brokers who, under the guise of marriage, taken advantage of naive athletes. Excuse me. The recent death of Agnes Tirop, a celebrated top athlete, has reminded us of the need for collaboration between relevant stakeholders to mitigate gender-based violence. In all forms from the sports ecosystem, the report has wide-ranging recommendations that we feel if are implemented, we can save many lives, but most important, create a conducive sports environment that levels the playing field and promotes inclusivity. Finally, I would like to thank all those athletes and officials who came out to speak with us. We appreciate your courage and desire to see change for the better. This report has captured all that you told us, and we look forward to a fruitful conference as we deliberate it and chart a way forward. What we are trying to say here is that silent no more. We don't want to lose any more lives. It's our high time to come together and work as a team. Yes, we can. God bless you, Kenya. God bless us all. Thank you all for your attention.
Once again, the great Catherine Dereba. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Allow me to recognize the presence of Ms. Ingrid Onzon, Political Counsel, French Embassy. Where are you, ma'am? Here you are. Karibu sana. Also, Ambassador, Zambia Ambassador Joyce Kampapu. Ambassador, where are you? Oh, there you are. Welcome. Welcome. Allow me now to hand over the program to the Principal Secretary, State Department for Sports, Mr. Joe Okudo, to come and say a few words and then welcome the next speaker. Tumpigie Joe Okudo makofi tafadhali.
First of all, good morning, everyone. As everybody who's been here before me, let me recognize the presence of Judiciary, Honorable Justice Njoki Ndungu, our Auntie Justice retired Alwatch. Allow me to recognize the presence of my boss, the Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Ambassador Amina Mohammed, my colleagues in the ministry, the Chief Administrative Secretary, Jackie Nuthia, and the Principal Secretary for Culture, Josfeta Mukobe, all ambassadors present, the Director of Public Prosecution, Mr. Haji, Chairman of, the President of Athletics Kenya, General Tuwe, President of the National Olympics Committee, Dr. Paul Tergat, Eliud Kipchoge, with all the other athletes, and last but most important, everybody in this room and the chair lady of this gender committee. I am personally very excited to be here, but I take cognizance of the speakers before me having spoken to what this topic is about, and the emotions demonstrated here by Catherine Dereba really speak to the importance of this conference and the things that over the years we've been shelving for whatever reason. But today is a new beginning. And just as Eliud had proven to us when he ran under 2 hours, no human is limited. So nobody in this room is limited to make the changes that we need to make the changes moving forward from today. We've heard the whole story about abuses from coaches, managers, spouses, families, using coercion, manipulation, threats, and in the worst case, it leads to deaths, as recently seen and experienced by Agnes Tirop. Allow me to ask everybody in this room to stand up for 1 minute of silence in respect for Agnes Tirop. Thank you. Please be seated. We know these abuses is not a phenomenon that is experienced only in Kenya, Africa, but it's all over the world. And the fact that the Kenya sport brand is really big in the world today, this is what the wisdom of the cabinet secretary used to put this committee together to start this conversation, to look for solutions to mitigate this very erroneous crime amongst ourselves so that we stop it moving on from today, and that we do not let any of our children fall prey, as Agnes Tirop did. From the ministry, I pledge as Principal Secretary to implement the recommendations of this conference to the letter. And in that respect, I hope we have constructive dialogue, coming up with solutions that are workable and practical, and give us an opportunity to start this journey. It's a long journey. It's not going to end in the next 3 days, but it's a journey that we're going to take together, and just make sure you're counted as one of those men and women who stood up to put this vice and bury it once and for all. With those few remarks, my job here really was not to make any speech, but to introduce my colleagues. So I will first start by asking Principal Secretary for Culture to come in and say hello, and a few words to the congregation. Please give a hand of applause.
The Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage, the representatives of the judiciary, my colleague, PS Joe Okudo, the Chief Administrative Secretary in the ministry. I can't mention you, all of you by name, but all protocols observed. Good morning. My names are Josephta Omukobe. I am the Principal Secretary in the State Department of Culture and Heritage. And it's my pleasure to attend this forum, this function, that actually talks about the gender-based violence. And as a person, as all of you can see, that I am living with a disability. I don't know whether I'm living with it, but I have a disability. And when it comes to gender issues, just as my sister, the singer, the great singer said, persons with disabilities face it most. And women with disabilities they face it even worse. And to me, my motto has always been to consider myself the most important person alive. It's not because I am being selfish, but just to appreciate me. Once I set that standard of appreciating myself, I think everything else will fall into place. Issues of exploitations are there. Issues of undermining one another are there. Issues of discrimination are based on gender and also based on disability are always there. But once I've set my place, I'll always argue myself out of any situation. And as we celebrate this great day, and remember, where we remember our sister, Agnes Tirop, the issue of gender-based violence is not just among the sportsmen or the artists, it's also within our society. Every time we wake up, man kills woman, woman kills man, man kills family, and really, we do not know what to do about this. I don't know whether it's still gender-based, or I don't know, family-based, I don't know what it is. Maybe the great judge will tell us what is ailing our society. And I think as we celebrate this day, in remembrance of our sister, we should be having more and more of such sessions, not just in Mombasa, but everywhere within our villages, so that members of the public are sensitized about this gender-based violence. And as sportsmen, as we join the sports field and we gain fame, we should always remember that we are the most important people in our lives. And we shall always have those predators coming to share what we have built or what we have got. But once we respect ourselves, once we think that we are important, I think these cases of people exploiting us unnecessarily will reduce. Thank you for listening to me.
So there again we heard about this is a plague within our society, and the fact that we need to appreciate ourselves first and ensure that we create standards so as not to be exploited as one of the solutions. I want us to keep remembering as the day goes by is that if you're not on the table, you become part of the menu. I think it's very important. And thank you for that. If you're not on the table, negotiating table, you become part of the menu, and the predators are all over. So just make sure you're on the table. Allow me to introduce the Chief Administrative Secretary, Jackie Nuthia, to come and address you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PS. Ambassador Dr. Amina Mohamed, the Cabinet Secretary, Your Leadership, Justice Njoki Ndungu, the retired judge, Justice Oluoch, my brother the DPP, Nuruddin Mohamed Haji, my PS, Josfeta Mukobe, ambassadors present here, Ethiopia, Zambia, and French represented here. The chairman of AK, General Tuwei, all protocols observed because that is the nature of English. May you allow me, before I say a word, to recognize and, in the interest of my 2 minutes, share one with a lady who has been in this business for a long time. Business of gender mainstreaming, business of female gender empowerment. My colleague in the government, Chief Administrative Secretary, Lina Jabi Kilimo.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Honorable Zach, for giving me this opportunity. Maybe I'll be present later on, but I stand here on behalf of my Cabinet Secretary, Professor Margaret Kobia, who was not able to join us. But in the course of the week, she promised that she will join us. I'm really humbled to attend this function today, and I want to congratulate Ambassador Amina for bringing life and visibility to the sports arena and addressing these really core issues on GBV. I happen to come from Iten, where most athletes go to train. And some of my family members too have been to that Iten, but they never made it to the platform in the bigger arena because of these GBV things. Either you will undergo female genital mutilation and you're supposed to get married immediately, or the brokers have been an impediment to our naive, and indeed most of the people there are naive. So I look forward to this conference, the deliberations, the outcomes, and then all of us, we take our own lens and run with the deliberations of this conference. So thank you so much for giving me that opportunity. I am also here with the Director of Gender-Based Violence from the ministry. So we are here to also gather more information. It may also improve our policy on how we implement GBV. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. She was serving in Kibaki's government as a minister for gender. And she has been doing this work. You know these things. I may not be able to go back. Could there be another of my colleague here, escaping my memory, Chief Administrative Secretary in government? Could there be another one? Okay. I don't want war after here. I have to be careful. I'll speak the remaining 1 minute, because 1 minute I've already shared, and say the following, that if you do not know, this is the first of such kind of conferences since the world was created by God. Whatever you take your God to be, we have never had such conference again. And because people praise their boss for no reason, so that they keep their job, I would want you to confirm that I'm praising Dr. Amina Mohammed for what it is. And I'll still keep my job, isn't it? So we want to thank you, Madam, under your captainship. This is great, and more things will be broadcasted in the days ahead. But this is very important, because if you know how painful it is for you to have to undergo certain pre-qualification conditions for you to fit in a society that do not conform to your values and virtue, you will understand why it is important for us to mainstream gender in sports. If you have been in a situation where you have to do what you don't believe in for you to fit, you will understand why we have this conference here in Diani. And what the chair lady has said, Catherine Derefa, is very important. That it is either silent no more as a verb, or silence no more as a noun. Both will be acceptable. Can I jog your English? Silent no more if I am affected or infected. Silence no more for the conference and the theme. That we are no longer going to be silent about these things. So we thank you, our boss. This was your initiative. And although you'll mention that, it came before, this idea was hatched before the demise of our sister, Agnes. But Agnes became the face of it because she came in at the time of relevance for this conference. And therefore, all the athletes in Kenya, those who will be watching us online, those who would want to participate in the future, they are coming to a leveled field now. It was bumpy. Now it is no longer bumpy and no longer going to be. This issue of mental health, President of NOC, because I saw him here, we discussed with him, yes, my brother, we discussed with him while in Tokyo about the issues of mental health. The mental health has permeated sportsmen and sportswomen because of social media influence. And we need to talk to each other. We need to talk to them. We need to open the way for them. And we need to see what to do to prevent them from falling into depressive nature. These issues are beyond one getting opportunities, are beyond one getting wealthy, are beyond one getting medals. These issues can affect just anybody. And before you know it, it is late. So I do not want to speak a lot. I want to appreciate this setup of this meeting. And I want to be very happy knowing that this conversation has opened a new frontier in our conversations in society. Si mutabarikiwa nikiketi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cass, for that. It's now my pleasure to do what brought me up here, to invite the Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Ambassador Amina Mohammed, to address the gathering. Can you please be upstanding and clap for her?
And please be seated. I would like to ask you to allow me to recognize everyone who's here, but in a very, very special way, a number of friends that are here and that have joined us, and their presence here takes our gathering to a totally different level. I'll begin with the Honorable Lady Justice Njoki Ndung'u, who is here to represent the Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome. And so I'd like to truly appreciate her in a very, very special way. Allow me to recognize the excellencies, the ambassadors who are here. Melis, you're really welcome. I'm really happy that you could make it. Your Excellency, Joyce Kampamba, thank you for being here. The representative of the French Embassy. I know that the ambassador, a very good friend of mine, wanted to come, but there are developments in Nairobi that she needed to take care of. I want to recognize the Honorable Director of Public Prosecutions. As somebody who I truly, truly not just admire, but love very dearly. So please, let's give him a hand. Our Chief Administrative Secretary, our amazing and infatigable Principal Secretary, the President of Athletics Kenya, my friend, my brother, General Retired Tuwei, Paul Tergat, our legend, and also President of NOC. I'm always amazed every time I meet him. And so I'd just like to thank you very, very much. We have legends and legends in this room. We have a legend who, although everybody knows Kenya, everybody knew us from 1963 when we became independent, because we were such an amazing country that was courageous, that was brave, and that had decided to take its destiny in its hands. But I can tell you for sure that there was a time that feeling of greatness, of bravery, of courage came back in a very, very, very strange way. And that was when Eliud Kipchoge was running the under 2 minutes race in Vienna. Eliud could not forgive me for not being in Vienna. But I told him that I needed to be here at that moment in the history of our country, because we wanted to make sure that all of us could celebrate him together. And the celebration in Kenya, which Eliud had the honor and the privilege to lead, was at the Kenyatta International Conference Center, where we actually had Eliud portrayed on the KICC tower. And it was a really, really proud moment, just to see all of us cheering you on, looking at you, wanting to come through the screen and help you finish the last few steps of your race. I know that all of us can relate to that. Just being there and saying, you're going to do it, and you can do it, and you must do it, not just for you, but for all of us. We relived that moment during the Olympics when Kenya's national anthem was one of the only ones. In fact, we had our anthem sung twice in Tokyo. I also want to recognize, and I'm not doing this selectively, because I actually admire each and every one of our athletes. All of them are very, very dear to me. But there's also Faith Kipyegon, who's here with us today. And Faith, you are still the last posting on my Twitter account. I haven't changed it yet. Maybe after today I will have to change it, but you're still the last posting on my Twitter. Just listening to you and seeing the excitement that you had, gives me energy every morning as I get up. Let me continue by recognizing the Member of Parliament for my constituency of Lurambi, and he's right here, the Honorable Bishop Hamala. Thank you for being here. I'm always extremely proud of introducing myself of somebody from Ingo, who enjoys Haugali and Ingoho and Rehubi, so Afande Sana. Thank you. We also have some really special guests with us. We have the parents of Agnes Tirop. They are here with us. I got a wonderful opportunity of, regardless of what some politicians may have said, of being with them at home. They hosted me. We had a long conversation and agreed on a way forward, on how we would support each other to deal with obviously the tragedy that had befallen their family, the community, the country, and I think the international community. I also have here a very close friend of ours who represents many of our athletes, that he agreed to come all the way from Belgium with his amazing spouse, right? Really touched my heart. Bob, thank you. Heidi, thank you very, very much, the two of you, for being here. They're more than Kenyan, actually. He just refuses to take our passport. Next time we'll just take it to Belgium for him. But he's been on this journey with us for many years. And I was really grateful when he told me that he would be coming to be with us, because he feels very, very strongly about this subject matter. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before I say anything more, let me recognize and thank Justice Alwoch, who has always been a friend, a sister, a mentor, and an advisor to me over the years, many, many years. Really thank you for always being there, being ready to serve. I called her and I said we needed to do something about cricket. She didn't hesitate, immediately took up the challenge and led us to the great victories that we are seeing now. Honorable Chebi, we remember you for all that you've done for girls and women when you're in the Ministry of Gender, and everything that you continue to do. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that we have committed as a country, because of the efforts of Honorable Kilimo, to do away with the FGM this year. this year, and I'm calling on each and every one of us to support that effort by His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta and Honorable Kilimo. We'll be there with you, shoulder to shoulder. We will continue urging you to do more, and thank you for coming to be with us today. Now, before I say anything else, let me introduce the Honorable Justice Njoki Ndungu. Justice Njoki Ndungu will be representing the Honorable late Justice Martha Koome, the CJ of the Republic, who also did not even question the invitation. As soon as it came, she said she would be here. We probably all know why she's not here. We won't discuss it now, but we probably all know why she's not here. But I was really, really happy that she requested my dear friend, my sister, Honorable Justice Njoki Ndungu to represent her. Now, I think all of you know the reputation that our CJ has. She's really been a champion for women, women's empowerment, the protection of children. That's where we know her from, actually. For many years, that's what she did. Honorable Njoki Ndungu has a very public and very renowned track record, just in terms of GBV, but also empowerment of women and the protection of children. I think we all remember that she almost single-handedly, and it was not now, so you can imagine how much opposition she must have faced. She drafted, she negotiated, and lobbied really hard among people who were totally unconvinced, on the merits of having a Sexual Offences Act. You know, I don't know how many people actually remember how much work Justice Njoki Ndungu did. It wasn't easy, and she faced a lot of opposition, a lot of pushback. But you know, the one thing I know about the Honorable Lady Justice is that once she is on a course, on a track, and she's convinced it's the right one, she doesn't stop until she gets it done. And so we have a Sexual Offences Act, thanks to Honorable Justice Njoki Ndungu. And so it gives me really a lot of pleasure to invite my dear sister, my friend, and one that I admire greatly, to come and address you on behalf of the Honorable Chief Justice.
Good morning, everyone. My dear sister, Ambassador Amina Mohammed, Cabinet Secretary for Sports, Culture and Heritage. My dear brother, the DPP, Nuruddin Haji. All ambassadors present from other countries who are here. Mr. Zach Kinuthia, the CAS, and together with my sister Lina Kilimo, the other CAS who I was in parliament with. So the struggles of the Sexual Offences Act we did together. Mr. Joe Kudo, the PS for Culture, my sister. Madam Catherine Dereba, the chairperson of the Gender Welfare and Sports Committee. The Honorable Patrick Macau, chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Sports. My sister, the Honorable Lady Justice Joyce Alwach. My dear brother, General Tuwe of AKA, and my other dear brother, Paul Telgat of North. dear athletes who are here today, the artists, including the wonderful children who made a presentation to us today, ladies and gentlemen. I will not speak for now, as I will be sitting on the panel that is going to be discussing later. For me, my part is to give the remarks of the Honorable Chief Justice Martha Koome, who is the Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court. She very much wanted to be here, and indeed yesterday when I met her, when she asked me to come and read her speech, she asked me to convey her very sincere apologies for not being able to attend, but a very last minute emergency happened and she was not able to come. So I will be reading the speech which is written by her hand. I will be reading it in the first person, and so that she indeed is participating in this conference. I am delighted to participate in this seminal conference to discuss gender inclusivity in sports. My appreciation and thanks to Cabinet Secretary for Sports, Culture and Heritage, Ambassador Mina Mohammed, for convening this conference and for inviting me to speak. I laud and celebrate the work spearheaded by the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage to promote gender inclusion and equity in the realm of sporting. By seeking to promote women's inclusion in sporting teams and management of sporting federations, the ministry is playing a critical social transformation role that gives effect to the 2010 Constitution's goal of transforming Kenya into a socially just state and society. Indeed, a look at Article 27 of our Constitution shows that the Constitution intends to create an inclusive state and society where distinctions based on gender are set aside and everyone is enabled to flourish and realize their full potential in areas of interest, including sports. However, realizing the Constitution's social transformation goal of promoting the well-being and flourishing of citizens face challenges in the area of sports, which traditionally has been viewed as a masculine and male-dominated institution. To be sure, girls and women have not been completely absent from the Kenyan sporting space. Girls and women have been participating in sporting activities and also watch sporting events as fans. For example, we celebrate all Kenyan female athletes who have always shone on track events and won many medals at the Olympics and other competitions at international continental level. We celebrate all those women, including Agnes Tirop, to whom today we are making a tribute. A noteworthy example is also the Kenya women's volleyball team, the Malkia Strikers, which has dominated the African continent since the 1990s. These are just few examples of our sporting heroines that have done our country proud. Despite these laudable achievements, gender exclusion remains deeply institutionalized and embedded in sports, just like other areas of social interactions across all areas of our lives. Put differently, sports, like other areas of our lives, reflect and reproduce the dynamics of gender inequality. However, we should not accept such a state of affairs that reinforce gender exclusion or downplays the importance of sports in women's lives. Sports is a key facet in women's leisure, work, and family life. Thus, the necessity to make it responsive to the lives of women is important. This means that we must transform the sporting arena to be accommodative to women and girls. While we appreciate that through numerical representation of girls and women in sporting activities, it has increased dramatically in recent times, that increase is still within a context that associates sports with men and masculinity, meaning that women are still viewed as outsiders in the sports space, and that sports as an institution and interactional sports activity has been key in the gender equality and embodiment and perpetuation of patriarchy. To transform this unacceptable status quo demands a shift from focus on individual achievements to a focus on systemic change. Systemic changes do not come from making it more acceptable for women to be like men and to enter spaces dominated by men and masculinity. Systemic changes come when institutionalized gender beliefs and structures shift. Thus, this conference should focus on altering and dismantling the underlying gendered hierarchies within the sporting fraternity and also embracing positive measures that promote women's participation, not only in sporting activities, but also their active participation in the management of sports. While participating in sports, ladies and gentlemen, whether as athletes or coaches, women are still finding their competency questioned. Their access and roles are limited, and their successes are dismissed. They are not often taken seriously and are made to feel unwelcome in certain sporting arenas. And the media often render women in sports invisible or sexualize and trivialize them. This shows the long, difficult road ahead of us in challenging stereotypes that exclude women from sport-related activities. But I am heartened by the strides already taken by some of our women in breaking down these barriers. I celebrate Les Mills, the current head coach of the Kenya men's senior national basketball team, the Morans, who became the first woman to lead a men's national team to a major continental tournament in August 2021 by leading the Kenya team at AfroBasket 2021. This is a clear example of a woman excelling in what was previously regarded as men's turf. Even as sports consumers and fans, the legitimacy of women as sports fans is always questioned, and you will often see this on social media, where women's views regarding football is often trivialized. Women's assumed inferiority in sports-related knowledge is often the case due to the fact that our social constructions of femininity is incompatible with the idea of girls and women as legitimate and equal participants in sports. I therefore laud and celebrate women trailblazers who have broken barriers in this regard, like Faith Kipyegon, who as a sportswoman has shown that women can balance life and support, like Tekla Lerupe, whose focus on rights and the welfare of girls, refugees, and the marginalized has reaffirmed the value of women in sports management. Ambassador Amina Mohammed, who for the first time in Kenya's history has convened a platform to address issues of violence, inequality, and exclusion of women openly and consciously in the field of sport. Catherine Dereba, who in spite of other competing responsibilities, admirably led this sensitive and important assignment. These numerous women and others have served to promote the idea that women can be authorities in sport and indeed can participate as equals in leadership, dialogue, and participation in the sports conversation. All these examples show that women and girls are increasingly asserting themselves and seeking inclusion in the athletic context, challenging gender stereotypes in varied and even contradictory ways. These women and others I have not mentioned are pushing against notions that sports are reserved for men by proving equal to the task and exceeding every expectation as legitimate leaders, trailblazers, and participants in the sports arena. Ladies and gentlemen, I therefore urge the participants in this conference and other players in the sporting sector to join hands with the Cabinet Secretary for Sports, Culture and Heritage, Ambassador Amina Mohammed, and her ministry to build on these individual efforts by our girls and women to promote gender inclusion and equity in sports. My hope is that we will see this conference as offering us a unique opportunity to critique institutional constructions of gender in sports and look into the consequences of the lopsided and gendered way we have traditionally run our sports. I see this conference as a potential transformative tool which we can use to respond to social justice call which is sounded in our Constitution, to imagine a sporting future that shuns exclusion and rejects the framing of girls and women as outsiders. I therefore urge you to use this opportunity to come up with great ideas for this transformation in sports. To conclude, I want to laud once again the Cabinet Secretary for championing this conversation, and I assure you of my unwavering support. It is my hope that the recommendations of the report mentioned by Catherine Dereba, launched by the Cabinet Secretary today, will be cascaded to all institutions with the responsibility of reinforcing dignity and justice for all. This conversation is of national importance. It is an opportunity for all of us to support our athletes, surmount the barriers that confront them off and off the field of play. Thank you very much, Chief Justice Martha Koome.
Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the Honorable Justice Njoki Ndung'u. Thank you very, very much, my dear friend and sister. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the summer of 1900, during the second ever Olympic Games held in Paris, Hélène de Porterlet of Switzerland made history by becoming the first woman to win a gold medal in the Olympics. She emerged winner in a 1-2-ton sailing competition. Barely 2 months later, Briton Charlotte Cooper became the first female individual champion after she won the women's singles tennis competition on July the 11th, 1900. At the time, women were only allowed to participate in 4 sports: in tennis, in golf, sailing, and croquet. It wasn't until 1928 that women were allowed to participate in athletics, with the competitions being restricted to just a few: 100 meters, 800 meters, and 4x100 meters relay, high jump, and discus throw, and that was it. Halina Kanopaka of Poland became the first female Olympic champion in athletics after winning the discus throw. The host Dutch team won the first gold medal for women in gymnastics. It's worth noting that prior to 1900, women were not allowed to participate or even attend the Olympics. The penalty for attending the Olympics was death. A mother who trained her son for the Olympics and attended it at Olympia was threatened with death. Never mind that she was her son's only trainer. Through all this, ladies and gentlemen, and in years that followed, women stood up and spoke out. And they did this with the support of men of goodwill. They shouted, they protested, and demanded for inclusivity in sports. Little by little and very gradually, things began to change. If, for instance, there are only 22 participants, female participants, out of almost 1,000 athletes at the 1900 Paris Olympics, the number of women athletes in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics was 5,494 out of a total of 11,476, accounting for 49% of the participants. Oh my goodness, what a change. What a milestone. And again, from participating in only 5 track and field events, in the 1928 Olympics in Amsterdam, in Tokyo, women participated in 23 track and field events. And countries like the US, Australia, Britain, Canada, China, and of course, Kenya, announced team lineups that had more women than men. This goes to show that great things truly and surely happen when people stand on the right side of history. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is not in doubt that women have done a lot to leave an indelible mark in various disciplines by breaking records, winning medals, warming the hearts of millions of sports enthusiasts across the world. And yet, very regrettably, there's still a dark cloud that hovers over the sports sector. And that is what Honorable Kilimo talked about, what the Honorable Lady Chief Justice talked about, gender-based violence. World Athletics recently announced that female athletes were the target of 87% of all online abuses during the Tokyo Olympics. 87%, ladies and gentlemen. Devastating, disheartening, totally unacceptable. This revelation went to show that beyond the amazing success, the riveting stories of triumph on the field and on track are tales of horrible gender-based humiliation, exploitation, and suffering meted out against these young, talented girls. And it's not just girls. It happens to young men as well. Like many sportswomen across the world, Kenyan women have been victims of GBV. And I think that the very tragic loss of Agnes Tirop, one of our fastest rising stars, at her home, where she should have been safest, not just safe, safest. Home is where we feel more safe than anywhere else. It went out to show us very, very clearly that these things happen to all of us, including the best ones of us. It was a poignant reminder of the cataclysmic effects of gender-based violence. So at the time of her death, and I know, this room is full of athletes that we admire and respect. At the time of her death, she was already a legend. She held a world record in the 10-meter women-only race. The 25-year-old was also a 2-time world champion, bronze medalist, 1-time world cross-country gold medalist, 1-time world cross-country silver medalist, and 1-time Olympic Games finalist. I wish I could say that about myself. Even in death, Agnes Tirop still inspires. Hence, the name that we give to the conference. The conference, which runs under the theme Leveling the Playing Field, Gender Inclusivity in Sports, will include plenary sessions, and it will include panel discussions on key thematic areas. This includes legislation policy, and institutional frameworks. It will include women in leadership, mental health, sports as a tool for ending GBV, resource mobilization, the role of key sector players, including educationists and the media, in mitigating these types of violence. We shall also have capacity building sessions and mentorship sessions for our athletes and sports facilities. Similarly, together with Athletics Kenya, and thank you, President Tuwei, we've organized a cross-country championship that we have also given the name of Agnes Tirop. The Agnes Tirop cross-country championships will be held in Eldoret next month. And I'm saying this very deliberately to tell anybody out there who thinks that they own that name and are not the parents of Agnes Tirop, that we will use her name. She was one of us. She was a heroine amongst us. And her name is significant to all of us, but it's also synonymous with Kenya's greatness, Kenya's courage, and Kenya's bravery. And I don't think anybody can take it away from us. We will use the cross-country championship as a platform. And AK has spoken to this, that they will use it as a platform to sensitize the public and sports stakeholders on the need to embrace gender equity in sports. Ladies and gentlemen, we began this journey long before Agnes's demise. Because these issues are not new. They are old issues. It's actually unfortunate that they haven't been discussed before. So every time somebody mentions my name, I kind of cringe and feel terribly uncomfortable, because we should have discussed this before. You know, we talk about the lives of our young people. Some of those young people are older people today, but they all went through the trauma of being exploited, of being humiliated, of being indignified. And that's why today we have a mix of everybody. Athletes who were there before and young athletes that are upcoming. And so we formed a committee under the direction of His Excellency the President, and handed the task to someone that we thought would carry it admirably and do a fantastic job, Catherine Ndereba. Now, if you saw Catherine emotional today, can you imagine what I went through from the first day that we started talking? It's not only today that she's emotional. These are heartfelt issues for her. It's issues that she's heard about, that she knows others have gone through, that are so close to her heart, issues that have stopped some of her friends, some of her age mates from achieving greatness because they were stopped from continuing with their journey, from realizing their potential. So it's really heartfelt. In fact, today, what you saw was just the tip of the iceberg. If you sit down and have a discussion, and I'm actually encouraging our media to do that with Agnes, you'll understand how difficult the situation is and how much we all need to actually come together to deal with it. Yeah? I want to thank the organizers. Having the children was no accident. They need to know. And yes, maybe some of them are really young, but they must understand the sacrifice, the commitment, the determination that these heroes that they support, that they cheer, go through on a daily basis. You know, and so I hope that they too will carry this message back to their schools, back to their friends and peers, so that they understand how challenging it is for many of our legends. And we had a clear mandate. I will not go into it because I know that you'll be presented with the report, so I will not go into the mandate that we gave to Catherine Ndereba and her team, and which they did beautifully. We will launch this report today. And again, as we do that, I'll continue talking about the chair. that we deliberately chose and who delivered for us. Despite all the challenges of the pandemic, of this time that we are in, they conducted interviews, they collected views from team coaches, from athletes, from federation officials, among many, many others, about the state of play on gender dynamics in the sports sector. And as you will notice, I think from the report when it's presented, some really simple things like the remuneration of coaches, of referees. It actually began there. So if you're a female referee, you're paid less. If you're a male athlete, you're paid more. And so just by the mere fact that you belonged to a certain gender, you deserved more. I know that's not acceptable to all of us seated here. And that's one of the things that we have started to change. We started, and I think Linda will be here at some point, or Gutu. We have started with FKF, with the caretaker committee. We are not giving resources, and especially not government resources, because, men and women in this country pay the same level of taxes. They do. You're not told to pay less because you're a woman. And therefore, if there's a woman coach, she should and deserves, since it's taxpayers' money, she deserves to be paid exactly the same as the man. And as I've said, we started this with the referees, football referees, and coaches, and athletes, and we're going to continue doing this across the whole spectrum. I hope I stay long enough to see that actually achieved, throughout the sector. The other, I think, issue that was highlighted was the composition of teams and the composition of management and management teams and benches, technical benches. That too we intend to address, and I think we've started that as well. Lady Justice retired. Joyce and Watch talked about it. Now I have eagle eyes when it comes to these teams leaving the country, because I want them to represent this country. I want them to represent all the constituencies in this country, the men, the women, the differently abled, and the young people of our country. And so we are watching that very, very closely to make sure that it happens. And we have said, and with the direction of His Excellency the President, that resources will not be availed if it's lopsided, if it's skewed for no reason, and then we won't be able to provide you with the support that you need. So, ladies and gentlemen, during this conference, I think we'll have very open conversations. We intend to start today. We don't intend to finish after the 3 days of the conference. We will continue having these conversations. Hopefully, we'll come back and have another conference in 100 days to just look at how much we may have agreed on as a community in the sports sector. It's actually a solemn duty as sports stakeholders and leaders in positions of influence to hold hands, to put our heads together and figure out how we can end this menace. Ultimately, when the dust settles and the chips fall, we shall not be judged by what we wanted to achieve, but what we actually achieved in the quest for equity in sports. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I also want to thank those that are here with us, our partners, our sponsors. I saw some friends of ours from Lotto and from other partners and sponsors that we have. I'm really grateful you're here. I hope you'll also share with us, some of the stories that you have, because I know you have stories, right, of what has happened within this space. I know that you've had discussions with some male and female athletes, and you'll be given an opportunity to be able to talk to that, but also to help us come up with proper frameworks of addressing the issues that we are facing. Let me now begin to finalize by saying that that there was, and maybe this will be the last thing I would say, and it's because I want to ask for the support of the media. Many of you may not be familiar with the 2007 study by Bissell and Duke on beach volleyball. I know we know beach volleyball games at the 2004 Olympics. they found that nearly half of the camera angles were focused. Can anyone guess? They were focused on the players' bodies and not anything to do with the games at all. It implied that women's bodies were more interesting than their ability to perform in their sport. It was a very interesting study. I enjoyed reading it, by the way. It actually reflects the relics of a cultural orthodoxy that insisted on seeing women as ornaments of beauty rather than individuals with feelings, with talent, with ambitions, with expectations, and of course with potential. Now, in another case, a media house included in its list of top 10 female athletes. Can anyone guess this one? Honestly, even I would not have believed it if I didn't read it. They included in the list of top 10 female athletes 2 race horses. The list included 2 horses, 2 race horses. That was the top 10 athletes. And the situation has improved. We don't do that anymore. We still need to improve, obviously, on coverage, but the situation has substantially changed, and I know that everybody is doing their best to make sure that there is equity in the manner that we report on sports for both men and women. Let me end by thanking all of you for being here. I think this has surpassed our expectations. We were hoping we would have 100 participants. I was told by the last read we are over 300, and that goes to show how important this subject is. That so many of us came together. I would also like, as I finish, to tell you that I will be knocking on your doors, on all your doors, to just make sure that you don't forget the messages of this morning, and that you don't forget what we intended to achieve with this gathering. I was asked yesterday by the media whether it's going to be a report that would gather dust on a shelf in the Ministry of Sports. And I actually assured them that the recommendations we have are very practical, they're implementable, and we intend to see them alive. They will not just be words on white pages. We intend to make sure that they actually come alive, that the women and men who represent us so well would feel our protection, our respect, our admiration for them, and our support and encouragement as well. And so I just want to say again that we intend to bring the report to life in a very, very vivid and in a very short period of time. Very vivid manner and a very short period of time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it really gives me great pleasure. It's a rare privilege and an honor to introduce the next speaker, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta. Our president is a champion for women's empowerment. He has put in place laws, policies to support women in our country. He has also, for the sports sector, established a sports fund. So it's not just about talking, he has walked the talk. If today the sports sector enjoys a space that it never has, it's because of His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta. I know that many of the athletes here know him. They have been to State House. He established the cash award. He made sure that we kept his promises to sportsmen and women. And it really gave me a lot of pleasure when His Excellency the President, who has a guest today, he has the President of Hungary visiting, but he still found time to send a very clear, focused, deliberate message to all of us. He supports the conference. He wants to see change. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, the President of the Republic of Kenya.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to join you today for the opening ceremony of the Agnes Tirop Conference. This conference recognizes and appreciates the critical role that women play in the development of our nation. Gender-based violence is a global challenge that affects our families and also our societies. It impacts on the mental, physical, and emotional well-being of our mothers, our sisters, and our daughters. It stifles their potential to shape and influence their communities. My government has put in place progressive policies to promote gender equity and to empower our women and girls. We have made strategic investments in our education system to keep our girls in school, as well as robust social economic policies and initiatives to increase women's control of their productive and financial assets. The government has committed financial and human resources towards gender-based violence, research, and innovation. To facilitate the design and implementation of gender-based violence response programs, resources have been allocated towards providing gender-based violence, medical, legal, and psychological support. These services provided to survivors, as well as to strengthen existing partnerships with non-state actors across the entire board of anti-gender-based violence measures. So, ladies and gentlemen, this conference and the report are a commendable contribution to our collective commitment to ending all forms of gender-based violence in Kenya, as well as across the globe. It is a call to action to protect our women and girls, to work together towards a safe and healthy community. I want to thank all the partners who are walking this journey with us, and I am convinced that with increased collaboration, we can realize Goal 5 of the Sustainable Development Goals to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. I thank you for your kind attention.
Round of applause once again for His Excellency the President. Thank you also, Cabinet Secretary. Thank you very much for your amazing presentation, and urging us, of course, that we must have discussion in our own capacity, whatever we can. Media, sports personalities, sports chief, everyone who's here must be a participant. I want to invite a member of the Gender Welfare and Sports Committee in the section of launching the report, the Gender Welfare in Sports Report presentation. Let me ask Mr. Jerry Quare to come and give his presentation. Jerry?
Thank you.
Tumpigie Jerry makofi tafadhali.
Asante. Welcome, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. My presentation basically will be an annex of what our chairperson has said, so it will just be brief to pick up some of the highlights we found in the report. As they say, numbers don't lie, so my position basically is to give some of the numbers on the report. So basically, the committee was constituted by the Cabinet Secretary on 10th July, and the mandate was basically to conduct an urgent analysis of inclusion of women in teams, both management and governance, identify existing challenges, opportunities for corrective improvement, and status of discrimination. So this report basically is a brief findings of what will be shared with the main report, in the main report that will be given to you. And as the Cabinet Secretary said, maybe we need to talk to the chair about the emotions. I can start here and say compiling this report was quite emotional. And at this juncture, maybe I'd like to ask the committee members to stand up, so as you interact, you can be able to talk to them. They can be able to tell you what I went through when you meet them around the corridor. Committee members, just for me so that you can be able to be seen, we can be able to talk to you. Okay, they are shying off, but a few are standing up, so you can look at them, and you can meet them during the tea breaks, during the sessions, and they'll be able to tell you more, because it was quite an emotional process, and the chair has represented it all. The producer, you're stuck. So demographics, most of our respondents were between the ages of 19 to 35, that formed 80% of the report. So you can actually see the athletes are quite young and progressive, that needs a lot of support. The level of education, most of them have attained, 48% attain secondary education, and 49 are between colleges and universities. Okay, most of the sports that we spoke to were basically athletics. They represent more athletes, followed by rugby and Kenya Volleyball Federation. And most of the athletes have been with federations for at least for more than 3 years, which shows there's a number of consistency in the sports they participate in. But the limit term, most of them have been there for more than up to 20 years, have participating in sports up to 20 years. When we analyze the inclusion of women in sports and federations, we found out that 80% of the federation boards are run by men, and only 20% are women. And actually, I think it's only one federation that has a woman as a president. When you look at the management, women represent only a paltry 24%. So even where there's a women's team, only 24% are in the management and the technical team, and 76% of the positions are occupied by men. Went on to ask women some of the challenges they face in sports. And you can see the top 3 challenges are work-life balance, emotional abuse, and lack of equity. From this presentation, we find that 24% said they are abused both emotionally and they receive insults, sexual abuse, physical abuse, and then women being considered as a tool for men to enjoy when they are going to watch the games. So if you combine those 4 factors, we come to see that about 60% of women who participate in sports have actually experienced gender-based violence, these numbers were scary. When you're having plenary sessions, both from federations themselves, sports people, and other organizations that deal with sports, some of these things have been, I can say, normalized, that when women are participating, maybe they are practicing in the pitches, they're identified by their body parts. And then everybody just laughs around it. We had an instance whereby the lady was saying that the time she was not feeling well, and she was in the field training, and the coach told her, if your sanitary pad is too heavy, go throw it away and come back. And the other team members laughed. Yeah. So those are some of the stories that we are getting from the women who are in sports, both in federations and organizations that work with federations. They told us being called something like your breast is a normal thing. It's normal. You're called and then you just continue. So basically that says that even GBV has not been encroached. They don't understand when they are being abused. And much worse, it starts when they are moving maybe from school. That's when they start transitioning in sports. So when they get into clubs and into federations, they don't know what's wrong and what's right. So it becomes more like a normal. From the previous slides and this slide, the numbers are dropping. Because when you ask them directly, if they've been offended, or they've known somebody who's been offended, the numbers drop to 28%. But when they're asking directly, the numbers were going to about 60. This was a clear indication that the women are vulnerable, and because they were saying during the plenary sessions, and they'll talk with the committee members out of the sessions we had, they'll say, this is the only thing I have. So if I speak out, what is going to happen? I cannot go back to play the game. So I need protection, and the only way I can protect is protect myself by not coming public. They weren't talking about, before they join the team, they are told, when you get, these are the terms and conditions. So you either take it or leave it. They have no option. And as I mentioned earlier, the also other thing is about being normalized, because when they are transiting, you get into the team and you find this is the language that's used. The coach is using to tapping you anywhere on the body when you play well, so you find it's normal. So a lot of sensitization needed. The top 3 offenders were coaches, followed by teammates, and then the team managers. So, and team managers and team officials. The highest number of times they've been abused, there are those who said, we can see 57% said more than 10 times. What does that mean? It has even shifted. It has become an everyday thing. So there's a lot that needs to be done to that. And all of them are saying, we cannot speak. That's the only source of livelihood we had. We do not have structures, prosecution structures, even the police reporting structures. There are no safe houses for this to be handled. So that is the main fear. Some of the incidents they say invited in their room, most of it happened when they're going for trips, both foreign and local trips, because most of it's a promise. I'll put you in the team, I'll include you in the team on ABCD as a condition. %43% of the respondents said they put up with it. They put up with it. Life goes on. Producer? They've put out of it. And only 28% were able to speak to somebody, either the management of the team or a colleague or a friend. But then it's just confiding. Nothing can be done about it. When you're speaking to them, they gave us some potential areas of improvement and intervention. The top included education, because most of them are still young. They've been between secondary and colleges. They are saying if they were taken through school, maybe they can be able to balance and know there's another source. Incentives, scholarships are required. Training schedule. The women feel men are given more time in the training facilities than themselves. Equipment and facilities, they're not clearly equipped. Publicity, they said media does not give them positivity. Even when they perform well, as Ambassador Amina said, the photos that come out are not photos of performance, but maybe more photos of the dressing and the photo mishaps. Budgets, they feel the budgets are not equal. Insurance covers and female coaches. Because we find even the female sports, most of them are coached by men. And most of the technical teams are men. Some of our recommendations and limitations. When we carried out the study, we lacked primary data, online and any publications. And thus I remember one of the speakers said, this could be the first study, this could be the first session in Africa. And not just Africa, in the world. Because online we didn't find a lot of information. Locally, there was no database from the federations on the athletes, and that brought in another question, because we are like, send us the database of the women athletes, and most of the federations were not able to provide. And those who provided were not able to give us all their numbers. So it means even when the teams are being selected, probably there is a pool, a small pool, that can only be reached to and selected for participation. So if we are able to have a huge database, there'll be competitive and there'll be equity and equality in picking of the team players. Our study was also conducted during the COVID pandemic, and therefore we could not have big numbers in terms of conversations. When we did the quantitative study, we could not meet some of these, we could not meet any of the athletes face to face. It was telephonic. And if you keep in mind the kind of study, the kind of information we wanted, sometimes it's good to basically understand body language and have one-on-one conversations. Our recommendations as the committee, we need to conduct an in-depth study to understand, because even when you're talking during the plenary sessions, men also raised concerns. And all the men who came for the meetings, they were not happy. They were saying, now you are focusing on women, and even men were abused. Even the coaches, they are saying, some of these girls come to us, and they push us. And sometimes you get into a point of no return. So you also need to understand. Some male athletes were saying, even our coaches, our technical team, the people we interact with who are men, we are also suffering, and we need also to we need a space to talk to and express ourselves. As I said, because of COVID, the athletes with physical forms of disability, the deafs and those, we were not able to travel to reach them. But the conversations we had with them, they also have very sad stories. Like the instance we were being told by the deaf team, when they go outside for international matches, both men and women are put in the same space. Yeah, they sleep in the same dormitory. Yeah, so those are some of the things that we need to maybe have an in-depth study and interrogate and understand how much it is. Another recommendation was recommending that the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage to close the training camps, because all this starts in the training camps. Because as coaches, maybe talent, the talent identifiers, when they're given these children, they are given by their parents, because you're saying, I'm going to take your daughter to the next level. Parents will say, go with so-and-so and do whatever they say, because you need stardom. And when they get there, because their instances were being told, there are some areas you'll find somebody lives in a 2-bedroom house, but then he has like 10 teenage girls, and he lives alone maybe with 3 other men, and saying they are training them, they are coaching them to get to the next level. So our recommendation is the ministry find a way of closing the camps and partner maybe with the Ministry of Education and turn some primary and secondary schools into centers of excellence. Therefore, that one they can be able to monitor. And on that also, our recommendation was like, if the ministry can have it clear as a policy, if there's a training camp whereby women are trained, then we should have more women as management and trainers and governance more than men. Vice versa, when a camp is being done for men, we should have more men. I think that will also help. Also, the other recommendation was all the stakeholders needed to be trained and for them to understand the forms of GBV when they start to happen and how it happens. And recall all the retired athletes and train them to become coaches, because those are talents that are outside there. And finally, our recommendation is out of this conference, if we can decide we are working together for a period, to make sure that those recommendations are there too, and then there's success in whatever you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Let me ask the chairperson of the committee to come on stage, the great Catherine Dereba. Catherine Dereba to come on stage. Let me ask the cabinet secretary to also join her on stage. We are in that session where we hand the report over to the cabinet secretary, which basically as a symbol officially opens then this conference and into our plenary discussions and go breakouts later. Madam CS, let me have you on stage. Catherine, on stage, please. So we'll start first with Madam Cabinet Secretary. You have an important tool that I would like you to use, and then thereafter Catherine will officially hand over the report. Yes. So I want you all to pay attention to what happens on stage. Yes, yes, you may. There you are, Makofi. Makofi, tafadhali, Makofi. The chairperson of the Gender Welfare Committee will hand over the report to the Cabinet Secretary, Makofi Tafadhali. So hold on, let me ask our cameraman. Because this is a social media opportunity, you know, Instagram and so on. So do you want them to keep the masks on, or would you like them to have masks off because the smiles, because you've got beautiful smiles? Madam CS, would you? Yes. So we can photo of opportunity. All right. Let me ask the PS also to come on stage. Mr. Zach Kenodia, the CS pro, also on stage. Madam Jabi Kilimo, I'd like you on stage because you've been a champion about gender-based violence. Madam Jabi Kilimo. Retired Justice Salutes, I'd like you on stage as well. This is huge for us. This is huge for us. Keep the pyrotechnics up as well. So she's giving each individual on stage a report. When I DPP, good to see you on stage also. So each person on stage, you receive a report. Madam CS, PS, Department of Culture, karibu sana on stage. Pia utapatiwa report yako. Rana Josfeta kwanza. Makofi, asante sana. And don't worry, all of us, if you look under your desks, under your tables, you will find the report there waiting for you to have a look at. Everyone also has a report. Just look under the table, you will find the report there. Yes, I know, magic. Cameraman, are we good? Wait, okay. Two more reports coming, yes. To you, Justice Alois. Makofi tafadhali, makofi. And to Madam J.B. Kilimo. And to Bwana Zak Kinuthia, CS for sports. Let's keep the pyrotechnics up, the pyrotechnics, if you can, just for visual effects. Cameraman, are we done? Are we good? You signal me, let me know when you're ready, when you're done, so we can move on to the next thing. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bwana CS. Thank you, Bwana Cabinet Secretary. Thank you, Madam J.B. Kilimo. Thank you, Justice Aloy. Asante sana. Something very powerful that has been said in this, the importance of this conference. Imagine if a lot more was done, if the opportunities were abound with no barriers to overcome. Where would someone like Elizabeth Olaba be? The first woman to win the shot put gold medal in the All Africa Games in '87. How farther would she have gone? What about Rose Tatamuya? Remember Rose Tatamuya? I remember with White Sox. I don't know if is Rose Tatamuya here, by the way? Rose, I'm your biggest fan. Oh, there she. Elizabeth Olaba is there as well. I remember how I used to run and turn. Oh my goodness. If there were no barriers, where would these women be? Where? That's what you have to keep in mind. Let me invite my fellow moderator and yes. And a media personality par excellence to come and now take over the next session, the next important session, which is the panel conversation, which will feature Dr. Paul Tergat, the President, National Olympic Committee, Kenya, Lieutenant General Retired Jackson Tuwei, the President, Athletics Kenya, the Honorable, I don't know if she's here, Rachel Shebesh, is she here? Rachel? Okay, the DPP, Mr. Nordin Haji, Ms. Catherine Dereba as well, the Chairperson of the committee. Okay. Good, so Madam J.B. Kilimo, you say, well done. You should have been in the first priority in this one. Because you fought for so many years. Now look what you've brought. This is fruits that you, matunda mbayoli. Well done. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. So let me invite Julie Gishuru to come and take over this panel discussion. Allow me to say that we are really not doing very well in time. So if we can keep our comments short, but of course to the point, it is an important panel discussion. So you'll try and contain everything within a limited time of an hour and a half, because I also want you to go have something to eat and then thereafter be engaged in our group discussion. So Julie?
Thank you.
Let's give Julie Gishuru a round of applause.
Thank you, Jimmy. Good morning, everybody. I'm a little bit emotional. How are you guys feeling? This is so important, and it's great to have you here. To all our panelists, can I ask you to please come up? Lady Justice Jokin Dungu, come take your seat. Nordin Haj, DPP, please come up, please. Afande, Tafadali, come and take your seat. Lina JB, Bob, I see you coming up. Eliud, my brother, can I ask you to come and take a seat up here? I might be throwing you in the deep end, but we need your voice. Thank you so much. Thank you all. I see Joki is on the way, Lina is on the way, and we do have enough seats. Can I just ask, as we settle down here, to all the athletes here, I know Jeffrey Kamwaro is here, Kiyeng is here, and so many others. We have not recognized you all, those of present and those of the past as well. Would you just all stand up? We can sit down for a moment. Thank you so much, the panelists. All the athletes in the room, please stand up. Sportsmen, sportswomen, athletes, please stand up, please stand up, please stand up. You are our heroes. You make us so proud. You make this country so proud, and we straddle the world because of you. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. Thank you, Asanteni. We go into this conversation, and I won't reintroduce the panel. I think they're known to all of us. I'm going to go straight into the discussion. The words that were used by Lady Justice Joyce Aluwatch, do something tangible. You remember at the beginning? And so I want us to try to focus our conversation on exactly that. There are a number of recommendations out of this report. And perhaps what is most important as you flick through, that all the stakeholders have been considered. We are all part of this. And each of us has been given something to do. But I want us to have a candid conversation about what really is urgent, needs to be done, who needs to do it, and how do we change things. So, Paul Tergat, let me begin with you. We saw Catherine in tears. I don't know how that made you feel to see your sister in tears in that way. And I wonder, when you look back, you look today, what must we change? Who must change it? Take us through your thoughts on the way forward.
Thank you very much. I think listening to Catherine today, I'm also a father of 3 daughters and being in sport for such a long time. I think the key thing that they will take away for all of us is that is how do our sportsmen can be able to be empowered to be able to freely express what they are going through every other day, because that is a very key thing. 2, you realize that we are coming from a communities or setups where we realize that in case there is any major problem comes up, especially within the sports sector, there is no central place. You can confidently go out there and express without being prejudiced, being charged, and being taken as a serious concern. And I believe this is what I was able maybe to pick up today.
Thank you for that. There's no place to go. And I really took at the beginning, silent no more. So use your voice first of all, but also when you use your voice, where do you go? Jockey, let me come to you next on this. You fought a bold fight over a decade ago to pass a law, as Amina said, that was really not popular in a very difficult parliament. When you look at what our sportsmen and sportswomen are facing, and sportsmen as well, what needs to be done?
Well, I have to say that I have tears in my eyes and when I was listening, I just started wondering about us as a nation. In 2006, the Sexual Offences Act was passed with clear penalties for sexual harassment by persons in authority. In 2003, the Public Officers Ethics Act was passed with clear provisions as to what, if a public official condones or practices sexual harassment, what should happen to them. In 2007, Parliament passed the Employment Act, which has a number of sections on sexual harassment policies and how they ought to operate in any institution that has over 20 employees. So I'm just thinking, this is 15 years ago, and this, listening to what's happening, is as if there are no laws in this country at all. And I'm just wondering, have we become a country of lawbreakers? And even as we think about putting up policies and setting up policies, what do we need to do? My challenge would be immediately to General, does the athletics, does AKA have a sexual harassment policy? To my brother, does your association have a sexual harassment policy and action for when it happens, if it happens, protections? Because the law says you must. So either you have them and they're not working, or you don't have them. So that's a very big lacuna for me. But I think as I sit here, I feel slightly horrified that these training camps appear to be breeding camps for pedophiles, breeding camps for traffickers, international and local. And I must say, I'm shocked. I think that perhaps the ministry needs to either close down the training camps or give them very strict operating procedures about what to do when they have children in the camp, what protections are there for children. But I must say, I'm feeling very down right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we all are. And DPP Nordin Haj, I have to come to you next. And three things that I just want to touch on. Number one is the fear of reporting. This is, a problem with gender-based violence, but now around our sports people, how do we enhance their ability to come out and speak, right? That's the first one. The second one, I think, really around we have the laws, right? So how do we ensure that people are prosecuted? Maybe the third one, and I'll come to AKA with this as well, is safeguarding. What do we really expect in terms of the kind of safeguarding provided to the minors and to women and to even the men in sports? Over to you.
Thank you, Julie. Those, of course, are very pertinent questions that you've asked me. And in relation to, from a prosecution point of view, we can only prosecute cases that have evidence, and we can only present to the judiciary cases that have adequate evidence and reach the threshold to be able to prosecute. The question then that will arise is, why don't we have those kind of cases? If you look at the infrastructure that we have really dilapidated infrastructure in terms of forensics, being able to put up the kind of evidence that is required to be able to prosecute gender-based violence or sexual-based violence. And we can only do that if we have the kind of infrastructure that is required. I think the government is trying to invest in that, and if that comes in, then we will be able to bring the cases that are desired. I'm sorry, I'm sounding like somebody who is discouraging in terms of the kind of cases that we would desire to bring to the judiciary and be able to get the convictions that would allow us to make this crime even more for lack of a better word, even more undesirable in terms of how it is done or how it is committed. The lack of trust in the system, the lethargy that we have in the country, as Justice Njoki was rightfully pointing out. Corruption, of course, plays a big role in hampering us to be able to prosecute effectively. Despite that, I think we are able to produce world champions. And you can imagine if we are able to put the right infrastructure, the right foot forward, for lack of a better word, then we would be able to achieve even much more. The kind of leadership that has been provided by the CS is one that I hope we will all be able to pick up from there and ensure that this report is actually delivered for Kenyans. That if we are actually able to just put that foot forward, then we will be able to achieve even much more. We are able to achieve this despite the very many challenges that I've seen with the ladies here and the women athletes and also men. I think, Judy, in terms of prosecution and investigations, there's a lot more that we can do in terms of the investments that are required to produce the kind of prosecution and evidence that Kenyans would want to see.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to you and actually to each person on this panel to kind of start to speak to what the stakeholders in this room. There might be something that you think AKA can do better to help with investigations, or whatever it is that each of you think. Who do you want to speak to? What do you want to say? That's when I come back. Let me come to you now, please, and the perspective from the athletics body. I think, when you look at your role as an institution to safeguard, number one. Number two, I think even just to monitor, to have data, to understand who is where, doing what, there's gaps there, and I think that was also mentioned slightly earlier. How do we change that? How do we ensure the ones who are most trusted, the coaches, who now appear to be the main abusers, go through the training required to change their perspective, through some kind of even evaluation and constant monitoring? Are these things that are viable? What help do you need to put some of these things in place to ensure that we are creating systems that work? Thank you. Sorry, is it try again?
Hello,
great,
thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much. Here we are talking about sports. And sports is found in every sector. But of course you have asked me about athletics in particular. And it appears that most of these problems emanate maybe from the athletics. But when we talk about sports in general, sports is found in schools. Sports is found in communities. Sports is found in federations. Sports is found in institutions. Sports is found almost everywhere, even in the cities and the urban areas and everywhere else. When the schools were closed last year because of COVID challenges, school children and everybody else were all over the place in cities and estates and so forth. What do they do in those estates? Who takes care of them? Do we have places, for example, like playing grounds for children in estates where we have built so many concrete developments? What do they do? In athletics, yes, we have got camps and we have got rules and regulations that govern the camp. That, for example, you cannot have a camp if you don't have a leader in the camp, if you don't have a matron in the camp, if you don't have facilities that are properly established in the camp, and so forth and so on. That we have. But then now, we need to look at what are the responsibilities of each one of us. What is the responsibility of a parent? What is the responsibility of a coach? What is the responsibility of a teacher? What is the responsibility of Athletics Kenya? Sports is a devolved function. What is the responsibility of the county governments? Where do we come together to say, or to talk about all this, to say who should do what, and what is the responsibility of each one of them? Have we established structures that bring together multi-agency discussions and activities and so forth? What are the issues that each one of us should be looking at? So yes, from the position of where we are in Athletics Kenya, we have done the little that we may have done, but I think there is much more to be done because, for example, I think since we heard about this thing, for example, there are certain things that we have done. We have given our athletes a forum to discuss this. We have given them a chance to come out in clear terms and say what is it that is ailing them. Maybe I can leave that for now. I can come back later. Thank you.
Thank you. No, good to hear that. And the other question maybe is, how do we learn from each other? So for those who are a few steps ahead, what can they teach the others? What is that platform? What is that forum that we come to? Bob, maybe let me come to you on this and the work that you do, your more international kind of exposure and experience, and perhaps learnings or lessons you've learned here that could be applied. Your thoughts?
Well, there's such a taboo around gender-based violence. I was part of the IOC Entourage Commission for 6 years, and we discussed everything around the athlete's entourage. But this item was never discussed. It was never part of an agenda. It was never addressed, while we all knew that there was a huge, and there is a huge problem. So just the fact that we're having this, or that this conference is being held, and it is, honestly, I think, the first of its kind that I actually know of, is already a big step. And the problem of gender-based violence is not a local problem. It's a worldwide problem. A couple of years ago, USA Gymnastics found out that the medical doctor had been abusing over 200 young gymnasts over a period of many years, and it went unreported. The federation knew about it, didn't do anything about it. It took actually the media to expose it and to take it to court, with the results that we all know. A couple of years ago, when that exploded, things started to open up. No longer it was a taboo. What we actually feel and my company is active in sports, event management and representation. What we feel is that openness needs to be from the whole entourage of the athlete. And the entourage of the athlete is made up by the coach, who we say could also be part of that problem, or actually here is a big part of the problem. But it is the teammates, the friends, the physio, the doctor, anybody that is in contact with the athlete management company. And it is everybody's role to no longer put anything under the table, to speak out. And the way to do that is, and the way we've done that within our company, is to appoint an individual, independent person whom can listen to our athletes. And maybe that's not even enough, but because what we find is sometimes we are notified of a problem, and the athlete concerned actually feels that she is not really the victim, but she's also part of the problem. That's also part of the whole problem, that the victims are ashamed. They don't want to come out. A solution to that is actually what we've seen is a more gender equal representation in sports, in federation, and in society. It's already a big part in our multinationals. Many multinationals go for complete gender equality and complete inclusiveness and diversity. I think we need to do that with sports federations. As you see here, 25% of management is made up of men, 75% is women. That's a figure that I hear everywhere. It's in Western Europe, it's in the US, it's here, it's everywhere. So we need equal representation. So we need more female coaches, more female management, more people on the board of directors, and we can easily measure that. We know it's 24%. Okay, let's put a target of 40% next year. Let's put a target of complete equality in 3 years.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. You know, it's sobering, and in some ways, it's still disturbing to know that this is a problem everywhere. It's not just here. But let me come, as I come to you, Lina Jebi, let me tell a little story. I work with the MasterCard Foundation, and last year we had the opportunity to fund 2 basketball courts. The development of 2 basketball courts in Kenya. One was in Korogosho, and the other one we chose, Giants of Africa chose to build it at Samburu Rescue Center. And Lina Jebi, you were there. I couldn't make it for the launch, but you were there. But we said, where are we putting the basketball courts? And we said, why not give it to the girls? Give one to the girls in Samburu. But now, you know, of course you've got to say, how do we make this viable for them, you know? So they can either earn a living in sport or get to the top of the sports, you know, echelons, or go into physiotherapy, who knows? So would love to hear from you when you see this kind of development come to a place like Samburu. And we are already talking about gender violence issues. We've got a whole load of other gender social issues happening, FGM and all of that. What do we need to do to change the situation for these very vulnerable but high potential, incredible young girls?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And just before I also answer, Sigigap Tirop with us, Kuberu Rock Jehovah. Asante sana. I just wanted to recognize in my mother tongue the mother of Agnes and her father. First of all, I want to thank our Cabinet Secretary for this, and I'm still emotional, but coming to what you said, Julie, we need to open space for a conversation from those who know to those who are less informed. For example, just the way bringing basketball to Samburu gave the community an opportunity to realize, oh, there's something else that our girls can be worth than their marriage and the cows they bring when they are married, when they are young. So we need to go to the unreachable areas with information. Now, to this forum, coming to this forum, and the athletes, the naive athletes who are identified from primary schools that they're able to run. I think in implementing what I saw in the recommendations from the research is that we should start training them on self-esteem so that they're not just feeling, sorry, I am poor, and if I don't yield to what their demands, I will lose. We must let them know that, yes, if this door is closed because you've stood on your principles, probably there's a window that you can do. I served as a member of parliament some time, and I've also brought athletes to the camps. And with this revelation now, I feel that, yes, close the camps. And if you're not closing the camps, then ensure that there is food to support the athletes over there. Why? Because they will call you, I'm in the camp, I don't have anything to eat. And if somebody wants to offer them food, then they can say, after all, you know, they're cheated. They're cheated that, yeah, nothing will happen. You will not get pregnant, for example, or something. And so at the end of the day, really, we have to open the wound that is there in the sporting arena or in the camps so that we remove the past which is there, and it's painful, but it has to be healed that way. For me, from the State Department of Gender under the Ministry of Public Service, this is just another wake-up goal, so that we are not just looking at GBV in families. There's GBV in the sporting arena. And because we have the GBV policy already, I would say that, the way we talk about domesticating laws, yes, just speak and domesticate it into the sports ministry. And also, we have to get a champion, really. For the anti-FGM law to come into place, it took somebody, a champion, who would wake up every day and just speak nothing but FGM, until I used to be called FGM in Parliament. And so I'm glad that there's a member of Parliament over here. We need this conversation to be something daily that we can talk about as a country.
Thank you. And we appreciate you being a champion. Yes, we think FGM and we think Lina. Where is Lina? Yeah. Let me ask this in terms of the ministry. I do believe that there is funding for gender-based violence response mechanism, Polycare, and the Gender-Based Violence Recovery Center. How can people access these, or how can we channel these funds into a platform or a process that makes sense for all stakeholders, because we're asking, where do people go? So.
Thank you, Julie. Talking about funds, it's not, talking about funds will make you think about money. I'd want us to convert ourselves into funds, our mouth, what we speak, into funds. Because if you talk about funding, we will always say there is no money. But you don't need money to speak out. So anyway, at the State Department of Gender, we have a toll-free number, 1195. You can try it and you will get a telecounselor over there. And I pray that as the Ministry of Sports domesticates the GBV prevention, you can also cost it. And when we have partners like the international support group, like those who come in, they want to support sports in Kenya, one will say, okay, I am supporting GBV, so that we have people talking to the athletes to recognize what is GBV. They come from primary knowing that only my private parts are just here and here. But there are other things that when somebody speaks to you, what does it suggest? They need to recognize the telltale signs of GBV. At times, the way they look at you, we must tell them when they're looking at your legs, then you must also question. Or they're looking at your skirt. Are they looking at the skirt, or they're looking at what you are able? So these athletes of ours need training, and we need to accost. So we have number 1195. We want the athletes to be able to spot and report it immediately. So you report, it's a 24-hour line that you can call. It is toll-free. Currently, we are working at the system to see where, even if somebody flips like this and goes off because the coach has seen them call that number, we will be able to retrieve and call you and we refer you. We have referral mechanisms. At every county, we have a gender sector working group, and the chairman or the chair lady is the county commissioner. And we have the gender officers in every county. Gender has not been devolved. Yeah, we have gender officers from the national office to the counties. So this is where you can also go and whisper to the county commissioner that if you don't have a phone call, just whisper and say, I am undergoing ABCD. And that is where the Ministry of Sports must come into place and say, when a sports person reports, what should be done. Apart from us as a ministry giving them the referral mechanisms where we'll say, do you know the chief, or do you know the police? The nearest police station is where. Do you need to be picked? So through this number, we are able to call and say an ambulance should come. We are also working, I know, Julie, time is not on my side, but you don't need to come back to me. As a ministry, we are also working in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior to ensure that we have polycares in all the 47 counties. And what is a polycare? A polycare is a building next to the police station where we need to train police officers. I appreciate what Njoki did, and I was there with her in the Sexual Offences Act, where any sexual offense is treated as criminal. But the challenge is when a police officer is there today handling your case, tomorrow another one comes, or they don't even understand what is this. They will say this is just mambo za nyumbani, and wish you away. So, but with the polycare that we intend to have as a country, and this is a commitment that our president made in Paris about Generation Equality Forum Coalition against GBV, that in every 47 counties, when we have a polycare, you come and report. There's a trained police officer who knows gender matters and can recognize yes. And the next door after that will be a medical person. Yeah, a medical person will examine you, will take specimen. Right now we have challenges. If it's a rape case, the specimens keep on getting lost by the time they reach Nairobi. Then after the medical, then there will be psychosocial support over there. And at the psychosocial support still, they will ask, are you safe where you are? Do you think you can go back? Which other place do you think you can go? And if we find that there is nowhere to go, we have safe spaces, or what you would call rescue center. Currently, we have about 58 rescue centers in the country that are still being run by CSOs, and about 3 are run by government. But we also intend that we have, through the National Government Affirmative Action Fund and the policy of GBV that we have reviewed as a ministry, that we will have government rescue centers. So this person will go to a rescue center, but before you go to a rescue center, there'll be a lawyer there, trained on gender matters, so that we don't have to tell you, go to the police station for a P3, go where, and by the time we go to ODPP, my brother on the right, there's no evidence at all. So all these are done under one roof, and from there, the security agents will go for the perpetrator, and we take you to a safe space. And the money that you're talking about in this, when you're in the rescue center, we intend that you're trained on income-generating activities. Right now, our fund is not yet ready to pay, but we do give out dignity kits for GBV cases. As soon as we send them to a rescue center, we don't send them empty-handed. We also, as a government, send them money, which we look at the case, how it is. And we also have CSOs or other development partners who give money for survivors to start their lives once again.
Thank you, Lena.
Yes.
So this is operational. This is happening right now. So maybe the question is, how do we plug into what is existing? Eliud, let me come to you. No man is limited. As I come to Eliud, if I could ask somebody to get me another mic for Catherine Dereva, because I'm going to ask her to come and take a seat up here. Thank you. Eliud, when you hear this, as somebody who really is a role model in the industry, and a lot of people look up to you, you have shaped not just sport in this country, but globally. What are your thoughts on what needs to be done?
Thank you very much. I think our society as Kenya is rotten. There is a lot of, I'm sorry to use the word rotten, but there is a lot of permissiveness in the whole country. There is no order at all. From the parents to the sportsmen or women, then parents actually have neglected their duties. Children actually, when they got exposed, there is no parent who can ask a question to his or her own kid. That's what is in our country, and that's where we have failed. Our sportsmen and women lack morals. We need to start from down. 80% or even 90% of our sportsmen and women across all the sports lack moral values. Moral values actually are the values which can guide them when they get out of their doors and move away. They always actually brush shoulders with negative people. And that's why we end up with GPP. Because actually 80% of those who are associating to sportsmen are negative. No, they always say If you sleep with a dog, then you will wake up tomorrow with fleas. If you walk actually with an echo, going up there, you have no choice but to fly. What I am trying to say is this. We need to instill the right character to our sportsmen and sportswomen and youth in general. Our youth actually, nowadays, we need to tell them whom are you actually sitting with? Whom are you actually sleeping with? What are you drinking? What are you consuming as far as maybe even reading a newspaper or even taking to your stomach? What are you consuming? And if all our youth, and especially sportsmen and women, understand this, then we'll have no problem as far as gender-based violence. But all over, 90% of them lack actually morals. Women actually thinks that they are more disadvantaged than men, which is wrong. They are not disadvantaged. We are equal. That's why where I come from, we always talk, we say I talk to women, men to women. We tell that don't believe, don't trust anybody unless you are believing in something. We are telling them to invest in their career, in their families, in their friends, in all sorts which actually you are going across. So to cut actually this short is that we lack character. We lack morals. Up from the kids to the parents. We have examples. Most parents actually, let me report the last time, cannot approach a kid. If today, truly your boy can come with a Fiat as a gift, will you accept? You need to interrogate. Where did you get the money to buy a Fiat?
Where did you get it? That's my question.
95% or even 98% of our parents cannot ask. Parents are failed. Most of us actually think that when we get money, that's all. Money is not life. On the other hand is that, there is this thing whereby they say you are independent. And when a lady actually approaches or even past 20 and she is really successful, then you cannot talk to her. If you are trying to talk to that lady, then there is a lot of people, negative people, surrounding the lady, and they will actually discourage you. So I don't think I will get another time, but let me give to sport, those who are running the sport. I'm still an athlete and I can comment on administrative issues.
I think
if you want to end this gender-based violence, you set up the camps. In our country, if I say the truth, there is no more than 5 camps. The real 5 camps, leave alone those people who are organizing the private accommodations, putting the ladies there and doing other things. Organize the camps, put the right values there, and people actually will adopt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. I will come back to you because what you have done is opened a Pandora's box because you've landed several bombs on us very casually, with a lot of humility. The bombs have landed. I will come back and ask you, how do we take the rot away? How do we take the rot away from our homes, from our societies, from our camps? I will say that we are equal, but there is still inequality. There's still inequity. We're still struggling, but we are together in the journey, and hopefully we get somewhere where both the girl child and the boy child have the same, journey and opportunities. But I want to hear. We want to hear from you. How do we get rid of the rot? So we will come back in a few minutes. Catherine, can I ask you, you have done all this work. Can you please take the chair? You've heard some of the thoughts from all of our panelists, and we'd just like to hear from you. Because you worked on this report with a team, this is your body of work. What have you heard from them that is resonating with you? And what help do you need from them or others in this room to really change the game? So as you take your seat, we saw your tears and we heard the passion and the emotion. This is your opportunity to challenge all of us, to tell us what you want. You were there. You made it. So many others may not have. You know what it's all about, and you've heard all the stories from the people you've spoken to as well, right? So this is your chance. For those seated here, for those in the room, for those who may be watching online, what are the things you want us to do together to make a difference? Let me come to you now.
Thank you very much. Okay, it's on.
Could you take off your mask, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judy. First of all, I want to appreciate all other speakers who have spoken before me. And I would like to say that, having listened to whatever each and everyone is saying, is that I've been there, yes, and I feel that there is so much to be done. So much to be done if we need to curb this issue of gender violence in sports. And as we have said, is that in sports, women, there is still that not equal representation of women in the sports management. My recommendations is that, first of all, it's good to have women in a place of decision making. Because unless we have women in the place of decision making, there is no way they'll be heard. And that's why I'm saying silence no more. And it is a call to our head of state that, and his team, and all of us, as our president from the Athletics Federation said, that it is a responsibility of all of us. Let us come up with a mechanism and a way of taking care of our sportsmen and women. Because when we talk of gender, we are not only talking of female sports person, we are also talking of the men. We have seen somebody like Hosea Masharinyang that we lost because of some problems. He went through so much, and honestly, we just lost a champion. So what I'm saying is that there is that big need of having somewhere that we can be able to present our issues and have somebody who can listen for it and do something. For our judiciary, it's my prayer that my beloved country will add to a place whereby we'll be able to put all those criminals into account.
Right.
It's too painful, way too painful. When you see or hear somebody have done something that is really immoral, and yet they walk freely in our country, yet we say we have judiciary in our country. Yes, we have a country that has got laws. Please, my fellow Kenyans, let's join hands. Let's do something that we can do now than later.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm coming to you all on the panel after that emotive presentation, contribution from Catherine. I know you need to leave in just 2 minutes or so. So Eliud, from you, hearing from her, and you've told us, we've heard from you, you've been very frank. What must we do to bring the discipline and the character and the wholesomeness that we need?
What we need to do is the federations actually to put the right systems from hub to town. Secondly is that to focus on 3 things. Federation actually should instill people with the right sport. Secondly is education and actually passion to it. If you have the 3 of them, if you know 80% of athletes actually doesn't have enough education. That's why it's easy to sway them around. So if we talk of education, you talk of your career itself and the right values, then that's where we can start. Because I can understand TPP and justice in Jockey because they know really about law. But if you don't start from down here, you cannot have enough evidence to prosecute somebody. So it's our work to get the right values. It's the work of the federation actually to know, to instill these people actually with the right things to follow. And shed most of the camps. Not even shedding, there is no camps. Set the right camps with the right values, with the right people. Because, and then you on the other hand is to actually instill these people to knowledge on how to handle a stranger. You know, the moment you are famous, the moment you actually you are successful, then a lot of strangers are coming in. How do you handle a stranger? You know, a human being is a very good person. But on the other hand, is a devil.
Wow, wow. Thank you so much. We will allow you to go to your next engagement. Thank you for making the time. And I really want to assume the values also. It's about the people that abuse, right? It's about stopping and ending that kind of behavior. I want to come around now, and I'm actually going to end with DPP, Nordin, and Njoki, because an impassioned plea has been made to our justice system. Let me come to you, Afande Tuwe.
Thank you very much again, Julie. I think, first and foremost, having listened to all that we are discussing, which are very important points, the first thing that we need to do is to accept that there is a problem. Because if we don't accept that we have a problem, then we cannot approach the problem that we have not accepted. Because the moment you accept something, you have dealt with it 50%. Secondly, I think as much as...
Do you think very quickly that federations in general, I know you can only speak for yours, Athletics Kenya, but do you think in general federations recognize that there's a problem?
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay. We have recognized that, just like we have recognized any other challenges. We started with things like doping, which we recognized was actually challenging the survivability of our athletes competing in the international arena. And we have taken action on that. Even this particular one, we recognize fully. And that is why we immediately after this happened, let me say this first of all. We lost 3 athletes within a week. On similar issues like this one, Catherine Dereva has talked about Hosea Majarinyang. We lost Muthoni in Central. And then the third one was Agnes Tirop, within a week on similar situations. And so we recognize this. Immediately after that, we set out to go and engage the athletes, to go and engage all the stakeholders, including coaches and officials and everybody else. And we went to 15 stations in this country. We identified 15 stations. We had a reason to go there. What were the reasons? We wanted to go and engage the athletes and hear from them directly from where they live, not to invite them to Nairobi or to Mombasa. We wanted to go to the stations where they come from, where the problems started. What is it that we want? And now we have got a report. By the way, we are still compiling our report because ours came immediately after this. Okay. So yes, we have recognized that there is a problem. And indeed, we have that problem.
Thank you. I want to come next to Bob. Your thoughts on who needs to do what. Right now, we're looking forward. We're asking what action needs to be taken. Are there stakeholders in this room who could step up, who could do more? We've already heard there are systems. We have the laws, right? They're there. We have systems in place that could be utilized. So, we're starting to learn that with greater collaboration, more can be achieved. But from your lens, what are you seeing?
I think it took a long time for the world to realize that we have a climate problem. Climate action was being discussed and was being...
Some people haven't realized
and
yet.
And some people even haven't realized it yet, while it's fairly obvious. Now, what I find comforting is that gender equality is one of those 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. So that is a first big step. Now, that needs to be followed up. And I think it needs to be followed up with two basic measures. And the first is a proper representation of people as they are in society, in our boards of our companies, in the federations, and in all bodies. And link that to a commitment. Not just an executive plan is where we say we will do our utmost best. No. If you're in a board of a multinational company, you have 10 people in the board, 5 women, 5 men. When are we going to get there? With our coaches, the same. With our physios, the same. Then we will have a proper representation of the population in those bodies, and I think that will be a next step. How we do this legally, I have no clue. But it does take a commitment of those who are leading the federations, who are leading the companies, and who are leading our countries.
Okay, thank you. Representation has come up several times here now. Perhaps it should be legislated. I'll just leave that as a question. Maybe there'll be a champion who'll come up on that. Let me come to you, Paul. Your thoughts, who needs to step up? What can be done? Better collaboration? What do you see?
Thank you very much again. Judy, I think I truly want maybe to salute Cabinet Secretary, especially through the Minister of Sports, for coming up with this conversation, because this is what we really need now. It is something that we have at the table now. And what we really want maybe to see to it that is to bring all the actors continuously so that we can be able to discuss this thing robustly across, be it all the federations, or it goes individual by federations going down. And to summarize it, is that anything that maybe we are going maybe to have, there should be a robust way for any offender of this gender violence going forward. There should be a way of taking action where whoever might have done, whatever has done, will be part completely. We should have actions that will never have this person to be out of sport, will be taken completely in terms of even in holding public office, even in the future. These are some of the things that will be one of the actions that I want to see even happening tomorrow.
Absolutely. Agnes said they are still walking in this country, you know, and the pain of that. So there must be consequences, serious consequences. Let me come. I'm going to jump you, Lina, because you said we don't need to come back and you had mentioned your key points, unless you have anything you want to add just before we close.
Yes. Well, they talked about the wrong people oscillating around our athletes. So I think the ministry should be able to vet the coaches and the managers. I mean, anybody in this country, even before getting anything, they get NIS report, even as before your certificate of good conduct from police. But it should go deeper than that, so vetting. Another one is about getting induction on their rights. For those who are going to the camps, what is their priority? They have to be, there has to be induced into what are their rights and what is there in the constitution for them. And finally, role models. A role model, because I had forgotten that my role model is in the room. Joyce Alwatch, when I was in class 4.
Wonderful.
Yeah. When I was in class 4, I had never seen her, but she was in my dreams because my teacher told me there's a lady in Nairobi who drives a big car and she's uncircumcised. And so I made a decision not to be circumcised so that I be like her.
Oh, wow. You know, Lady Justice, she told me that story on Sunday Live about 10 years ago or something. I remember that. Wonderful. Role models.
Role models for the athletes.
And really evaluation and training and yes, of these of potential coaches and others wanting to come into the system.
Yeah.
All right. DPP, let me come to you now. Really, what help do you need? And speak, you know, to the stakeholders in this room. How do we really ensure you have what you need to get justice served?
Thank you, Julie. First of all, you know, the system itself, as I said, I tried to bring this up at the beginning when you asked me a question, and I think I created my own answers in terms of the systemic lethargy that we have within the government system and Kenya in general, and the systemic corruption that we are facing. And because of that, you will note that a lot of people don't have the confidence that they should have with the systems that are there. So for example, the justice system itself, I being a key player in the justice system, the criminal justice system, I must be frank that the public does not have the confidence that it should have. And if it did, then a lot of these cases would have come up to us and would have been able to deal with them adequately. But we don't at the moment. And that's just being frank, because you asked us to be frank here today. And what is lacking? There's a lot. And it starts from the sports associations themselves. It starts, as Eliud rightly put it, with the society. The judiciary and the ODPP, for example, and the police should actually be the last recourse for anybody who has a problem. But if we're able to pick this report and ensure that we streamline the different infrastructures that we have, because we have them, and you've rightly pointed out, we have legislation that was fought by, that was not fought, but was aptly legislated by people like Justice Ndungu, who are in Parliament then. We have them on paper. But we are actually unable to realize some of that. And part of it is not that we lack the skills, we have the skills, but we just don't have the right will to ensure that the cogs, the wheels of justice are working, and that, for example, if it's a forensic lab, the forensic lab is working. If it's the police, we have the right people in the police service, we have the right qualified prosecutors in the prosecution services. We have magistrates and judges who actually have the skills and who are not employed because of nepotism, for example. And all that, at the end of it, the sum of all that is what we are seeing here today. If we're able to correct that, and if we're able to ensure that we streamline these lacunas that we are facing, then we'll be able to produce even more than what we are doing. Despite the challenges that we have today, we're able to produce champions, world champions in the world stage. Thank you.
Yeah, again, bombs landing. We've got a lot to do. But Eliud taught us that no human is limited, and so we can do it. And this is the beginning of a conversation. Well, not quite the beginning, but it takes a conversation. It takes the report that started this conversation, the work done there, and tells us it's time to transform. And we just need to do the work. Are you committed, Nordin?
Oh yes, we are committed. That's why we're here today. When the CS asked us, and through her leadership, we made sure that we came here in person. As ODPP, we have the SGBV department. And I'm happy to say that, for example, the ODPP, 3/4 of the ODPP are actually ladies. Those are the people who make the ODPP precisely. They make ODPP what it is today. And we have an all-female department that is the SGBV. So we are committed, and we will work together with the Ministry of Sports. To be frank, I didn't know until last week that there was a special thematic area that deals with sports, and we're going to work to ensure that we bring this to success. Thank you.
Thank you. Lady Justice Njoki Ndung'u, what are you thinking? What do we need to do next?
Well, I'm thinking first as a mother of 2 budding athletes. I'm also thinking as the chairperson of the Gender Violence Recovery Center of Nairobi Women's Hospital. And then I'm thinking as a judge. So I'm wearing those hats to think what way forward. And I think perhaps as a way forward, and thank you, I think acknowledging that there's a problem is a really big step forward. And I want to thank the minister for moving ahead and giving us this report, which has shocked us so much, but it's going to jolt us into action. So I think moving ahead, we have to do what I think should be 3-pronged. One, I think we need to talk about prevention. And prevention needs to go down to the communities and to the schools and to the sports teachers and to the budding athletes. And one of the things we've done at the JVRC is to talk when the problem of teachers defiling students was a big, we started talking to the teachers and having the TSC set up a structure as what they do with errant teachers. So we would do a preventative, I think it's important to engage and see how you do prevention at the communities level and at the schools, the budding athletes. Secondly, I think you have to protect the protective stage, which is the second prong, which is government now. Where government comes in with policy, law, you may even want to think about either subsidiary legislation or to an act of parliament that deals particularly with this issue. But more importantly, I think I like the idea of accrediting coaches. When we accredit you as a coach, have you gone through certain training? Have you understood what the laws are? Have you understood how to run a camp? And only then can you be employed in such a place. So I think the issue of protection is important. Protection is where you get in the police, you train them, the judicial officers, so that we can, if the third stage happens, which is the prosecution and the punishment of such, and even then, the media have a big role to play. Media exposure, the scandals, like for example, you were talking about in the States, all these sexual scandals that have been exposed among athletes world over started with media exposure. So I think it's a number of players. What I can do on my part, I'd like to commit to the General and perhaps the Minister that we can start engagement with Nairobi Women's Hospital and see what it is we can support you with in terms of the initial training. So that's something that we are able to do straight away. And moving forward, this is a big step. As we always say, you start with the first step, not the 100th step. I think eventually we will be able to overcome. Thank you.
Thank you. One step at a time, one step at a time. Let me come to you now, Catherine, for your final words. Please remove and I think, is there a mic with you?
Yes, I do.
Good.
Thank you very much. You asked me what can be done. Can you come up again?
I want you just to share your final words. You've put together this report. You've heard what everybody has said, the commitments that have been made. Do you have a final word you just want to share as we close the panel?
Well, my final word is just to say thank you very much for the minister and the head of state for having this idea of coming up with this gender welfare committee. And as I can see it, is that there is a light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you. Thank you. As I close, allow me to share just two things. Number one, I mentioned that I'm with the MasterCard Foundation. Our mission is to get 30 million young Africans in dignified work by 2030 with a 70% focus on women. We are an ally. We are an ally. We believe in this. We commend you for what you are doing, and we would like to see how to walk this journey. The second thing I will say is there's an African saying, the proverb that I really love, that says, no matter how hot your anger is, it cannot cook yams. It's Nigerian. So we are hurt. We feel emotional. We recognize. But it is strategic action, partnerships, collaboration that will make the difference. And so it's wonderful that we're able to come together and have these conversations. Madam CS, could I ask you just to stand up and say a final word to close this panel? Thank you so much. Let's give everybody a round of applause, and for Madam CS as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much. I just want to thank everybody, actually, because I think I've said everything I needed to say. You all have the report. Please read it. Look at the recommendations that have been made by the chairperson and her committee. I think they really, really worked hard. And they've come up, as I told somebody yesterday, with really implementable recommendations that we can, they're functional. We can do something about what is happening. It's not as if it's an impossible task. Yeah? And the job of just giving us the data that we needed to make the informed decisions that we make. And so just to say thank you very much to everybody who has come here. I know that, these ladies and gentlemen are very, very busy. Julie, amazing. Thank you very, very much for being here, for agreeing to come together with other, colleagues, the other moderators, and, we've begun the journey. It's a conversation. I think that none of us can do it. We must all work together to make sure that, we get to the end of the road. Thank you.
And Isana, back to you, Jimmy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's give Julie Gishuru a round of applause. And the panelists, wonderful. So here's what I'm going to do, and I hope this will excite you. So, yes. So as Julie and the panelists go through a social media process or event, I'm going to indulge in something. So the minister will do, the cabinet secretary will do a short presentation for a scholarship awards in a few. I move that side. I've been told to move that side because I can't be seen. Okay. Away from the social media bit. Okay. Yes. You want me to stand there? Okay. I can do my thing here as you're talking. Right. So after the presentation, I'm going to ask us to break for lunch. I know there's going to be a Q&A. I would like you to reserve those questions that you may have into the breakout sessions we'll have in the afternoon. Okay? Is that okay? Or okay by show of hands? You want to go have lunch now? Yes? Yes. Okay. So after the cabinet secretary's presentation of the scholarship launch, awards, then we will break for lunch and be back here by 2 sharp, because then we have a presentation, an important one, that will take us into the breakout sessions, which is by Dr. Frank Njenga. Okay? Yeah, so the social media thing is done. Cameraman, yeah, we're done. We can leave it. Dr. Paul Tergat, good to see you. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. Cabinet Secretary Dr. Amina, I'm going to ask you to stay on stage as I call these names, and I'll ask the producers also to splash the names on screen of the recipients of the scholarship awards that are about to be, certified by the Cabinet Secretary. Let me ask Jocelyn Nyakoa. Jocelyn Ukwapi? Jocelyn Nyakoa. Salma Ali Abdullah to come on stage. Sharon Aluoch Kumulo. Vivian Akinyi Kumulo. Sang Wesley Kimeli. Brakides Agala Kadambi. Faith Kibiegon. And David Sangok to come on stage very quickly, very quickly. Na tupige makofi tafadhali. No, you're not going to sit down. Stand here. Tusimame hapa. So these are representatives of about 100 recipients of the scholarship award from the ministry. Madam Cabinet Secretary, I'm going to just ask you to just acknowledge them, but you can shake their hands and wish them well. They are the recipients of the scholarships from the ministry. Yes.
So just to thank Thunderbird, which is probably the world's most renowned institution for economics and for financial scholarship, because they came through. I put in a request to them a while back. They came through. I've been holding these scholarships for a little while. They gave us 100 scholarships for 100 young athletes. And the scholarships are supposed to train these young athletes in financial management, in just looking at the different options that they have in terms of investment, because all of them are going to be millionaires, I'm sure. And so they just need to know where, how to do all this. And so I'm really, really proud, very, very happy, and extremely grateful to Thunderbird for this support that they've given us. Tomorrow, I think we'll be listening to one of them who heads the department that has given us these amazing scholarships, the 100 scholarships. They're worth $100,000 US. And so we are going to be listening to them because they have offered additional support to our young female and male athletes. At the moment, we've identified 60 men athletes who need this very, very desperately, and 40 women. And I think that we're going to switch this around for the next lot and have 60 or 70 young women and 30 or 40 young male athletes. So just to congratulate them for having received this scholarship, and to wish them all the best. Thank you.
Tuwapige makofi tena tafadhali. So, it is now officially lunchtime. Yes? Yes? Yes. And please be back by 2 sharp, because then the important presentation by Dr. Frank Njenga will lead us into our breakout session. So muhimu mrudi by saa 8. It is now, yes. Yes, I'll try and see if we can push it, but we need to get back into the swing of things. So allow me to let's break for lunch and come back here by 2 or a time, or I'll let you know.
Scary when I get too loud. Silence when I try speak out. Suggestive when I choose to smile. Sensitive when I choose to cry. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood. Correction, I am
Just very quickly, let me let you know. So there are 2 places for your lunch. I do not have the details. What you can do is find you with the reception, which is not too far from here, and then they will get you people to show you where the 2 restaurants are. I hear one is actually very near the reception. Another one is just at the garden. But I recommend that you go to the reception and then get that information there. Thank you very much. Should there be any changes in as far as us coming back here at 2, I will personally come and let you know. Okay, so there may be an opportunity to come back at 2:30, but I'll let you know. Thank you.
Scary when I get too loud. Silence when I try speak out. Suggestive when I choose to smile. Sensitive when I choose to cry. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood. Correction, I am a mood. Oh, you've been miseducated. This miss is amazing. You keep me saying, get used to me. Make it room for me. Me see queen queen. Wanijua wanisikia maana kemi najijua. Told I couldn't run, so now I fly. Told I shouldn't argue, but my spirit fight. Told I couldn't drive, now I'm flown. Told I'd never work again, look at all I've done. Told I should sit down, so I'll take my throne. Told people like me don't stand, now we're twice as tall. We work twice as hard to get half as far. You didn't make me great, was the other way around. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood. Correction, I am a mood. Oh, you've been miseducated. This miss is amazing. You keep me Scary when I get too loud. Silence when I try speak out. Suggestive when I choose to smile. Sensitive when I choose to cry. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood. Correction, I am a mood. Oh, you be miseducated. This miss is amazing. You keep me saying, get used to me. Make it room for me. Missy Pangwingwi. Wanijua, wanisikia, manake mi najijua. Yeah, yeah. Told I couldn't run, so now I fly. Told I shouldn't argue, but my spirit fight. Told I couldn't drive, now I'm flown. Told I'd never work again, look at all I've done. Told I should sit down, so I'll take my throne. Told people like me don't stand, now we're twice as tall. We work twice as hard to get half as far. You didn't make me great, was the other way around. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood. Correction, I am a mood. Oh, you be miseducated. This miss is amazing. You keep me saying, get used to me. Make it room for me. Missy Pangwingwi. Wanijua, wanisikia, manake mi najijua. Get used to me. Make it room for me. Missy Pangwingwi. Wanijua, wanisikia, manake mi najijua. Yeah,
2.
Ndio mimi nikienda utanishikia.
Kathleen, can you hear me? Kathleen, we need you to say something. If you chat, oh my God.
You have removed it. Use words so we hear the voice.
do better. By the way, my name is Dan. Churchill is my name. People pay to see me. Telling you. And here I'm introducing myself. You know, before I'm introduced, there's a lot of introduced on stage. Let me tell you what happened. People have already paid. We normally have the VIPs. Then we have regular ni wale wamekaa huko. So there are a lot of comedians, a lot of things that happen before I come on stage. So by the time I'm announced on stage, my goodness, sindio mwesh, people make a lot of noise, shout, women throw things at me. I'm telling you. So I'm going to introduce myself, then you behave as if I've just arrived and you celebrate me. That's why we are here. Otherwise, nothing is going on in here. All right? Are you ready? Are you ready? This is a very long sentence to explain. Amazing people at the Agnes Tirop conference. Show your love for the amazingly talented Mr. Brown himself, Churchill. Thank you so much. Thank you. My goodness. Oh, look at this. Oh, thank you, man. Oh, $100. Oh my goodness. How are you? Don't throw that thing on me. You're near politicians. Others, we are good. Are you having an amazing time? We would have started earlier if it was not for some lawyers. Nashida, I blame it on my super MC Jimmy Gadhu. Akuambia Waluya walifika pale na mungeambiwa kuku ziko mbele. Sasa walikuja wakaweka mamboga, mukate, mamboga, wakafika kwa kuku. Nataka kurudishia hii sahani. Sasa hapo ile kurudi, tumerudi pale, wamerudi, but we are glad we're here. Are you excited about the afternoon? My goodness, morning was so deep. Hey, yeah. At some point, mimi have kuhepa because I'm very emotional. That story, the stories and the way guys are opening. You see, that's the beauty about our conference today. It's about conversations. And you know what they say? If you stop talking, then you start fighting. And I'm so excited that in a very short while, we're going to breakout sessions. We'll go different groups. And then, of course, ngoja kwanza. Hallelujah. Wacha sasa gender violence ya macho inaingilia wapi? All right. And so we're going to create some conversation and solutions on why we are here. So karibuni sana. In a short while I'll be inviting now I'm the host from today. Tukiendelea. All right. So Kizungu imeisha, I'll be mixing Kizungu, Kiswahili na I'm saying I'm going to be your host for today. I'm going to be your host. Nitakuwa host wenyu. Precisely, that's what I was looking for. Kwa hivyo tafadhali maashas, ningependa after a while muweze kukusanya hizo sadaka ili tuweze kusonga mbele na hii injili. Sawa. Great to be here. You know, I was really moved when Catherine was talking here in the morning. And I hope our media houses picked something from that. And I went to ask myself, why hii imetoka wapi? You know, being the chair of the committee that has put this together, I said, hii imetoka wapi? Then I realized the journey she's taken. Let me tell you, in 1995, when she did her first race in Seoul, Korea, inaitwa Seoul ama Seoul? Seoul, Korea. Wale wame travel, hallelujah. Wale wamefika Uganda, it's all right. We'll get to you, don't worry. Seoul, Korea, in Pittsburgh race, and she won. Then in 1996, she registered in 18 races. She won 13 races. Then in 97, she got her baby, Jane. All right? So akacha kukimbia. Then she came back, won 2 gold medals in the World Championships. And then she won silver medal twice in the Olympics. Show your love for the great Catherine Dereba. That's why she's called the Great Catherine Ndereba. So you can imagine those emotions she's thinking herself when she was 16, 17 years ago. I don't know what she would have wanted to achieve more than that, but I'm sure she has a story that she'll share with us one of these fine days, hopefully on Church's show. All right? But right about now, because we need to have this discussion, jamani, I hope umepiga picha iko na color. I've seen some pictures here, I didn't appear. So that's what's about to happen. So turn to the person seated next to you, whichever side. Angalia with the person seated next to you, whichever side. Tell them this. Look at the person seated next to you. Waambie hivi, tell them this. You must have been a beautiful baby. Even if they don't look like it right now. You know, people change. Hata mimi nilikuwanga mweupe. I don't know what happened. Sema juu ya ukambani. Great. Now we need to move. Now, please allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce my brother, my mentor, the guy who put me on radio. He put another guy who's not here and another guy on radio, and together they form one of the most formidable breakfast teams we have in the country. That's Maina Kageni and that other guy. So he was our boss. He saw the passion. He saw the vision. And so even as we go to deliberate on the issues at hand, I hope you inspire someone to become better than they are today. So ladies and gentlemen, can you allow me to introduce my brother from another mother, a super co-host and moderator, Jimmy Gadu.
Thank you, Churchill. Thank you. Very well done, Damuke. You caught me off guard with that. Okay, so basically for me, I'm just going to call out the breakout sessions. And this is how they work. So there will be a sort of a face representing the theme or the discussion in the groups. So we have group 1, which will be moderated by Pinky Gelani. That's Pinky, yeah? And the person or the chair of group 1, which is discussing legal framework and policy advancement to address GBV in sports, is a sports lawyer called Ms. Sarah Ochwada. Sarah, where are you? There you are, Sarah. That's Sarah Ochwada. Tumpige makofi tafadhali. And she'll also be joined by Sylvia Matasi, a sports lawyer as well, and Eunice Lumalas. Sylvia and Eunice, mkwapi? There you are. Ah, oh. Okay. So, right. That's group 1. Group 2, and I'll need help. Group 1 is in Orchid Room? Oyster Room. Okay. Will you'll be taken to where that is. The other 2 groups is here and in this auditorium and the one behind. That's group 2 and 3. Group 2, you'll be discussing resource mobilization and human capacity development. The moderator is Rema Swale. Rema Swale, that's Rema Swale. Tumpige makofi tafadhali. The proposed chairperson is Miss Cynthia Mumbo, a sports marketer. Cynthia, where are you? Good to see you, Cynthia. Cynthia, full of energy. Cynthia Mumbo is there. And she will be joined by Doreen Okiri and Jambi, who's also a marketer. Doreen Okiri is in the shooting sport. Doreen, where are you? Don't mess with Doreen. Good to see you, Doreen. Doreen Okiri and Jambi, also a marketer and, in the Badminton Federation. And June Wawero, a business lady also in the Golf Federation. Yeah? There you are. Okay. That's group 2. You'll be here in this auditorium, okay? Group 3, women and leadership in sports. The moderator is my brother, Daniel Ndambuki, also known as Churchill. The chairperson is Miss Lillian Mududa Wawero from volleyball. Lillian, oh, good to see you, Lillian. Good to see you, Lillian. She will be ably joined by Eunice Dollar, who's a coach in football. Hey, Eunice. Dollar, where are you, Eunice? Wapi? Good to see you, Eunice. Well done. Eunice also will be joined by Rosalind Jerry, Sports Administration, Swimming. Rosalind Wapi? There you are. There you are, Rosalind. And then Sylvia Kamau, Sports Consultant, doubles between basketball and rugby. Sylvia, good to see you. Okay, so that's group 3, which will be in the auditorium right behind. Okay, so depending on the groups you're interested in, so you can join either of the 3 groups. Oyster, I think I'll have one of the ushers who will show you where the room is. I think it's a room where we had the press conference. I'm not so sure. If not, don't worry, you'll be guided. So I would like us to break out into these sessions. And here is what's supposed to happen. The proposed chair is the one who gives an outlook of the particular area of discussion you're going to have. And then everyone else then contributes and asks questions. Because remember, it is a conversation that must start. Solutions cannot be gotten today because this is not an event. But you can start from somewhere. Yeah? And in these discussions, there may be situations where people are angry and have things to say. That is fine. We welcome those. Just remember that we need to come and meet somewhere. We need to conclude somewhere or start concluding from somewhere. And how do we do that? We need to start finding solutions. How do we ensure that the next group of people are not as angry as we are? Okay? That's the essence of this group session. So at the end of your sessions, which will be able moderated by the people I've mentioned, the chairperson then comes up with a sort of a document, and you'll be guided by the moderator on what steps you will take to end GBV in sports. And this exercises will continue tomorrow and the day after, so that finally we have a universal document that charts a way forward. Okay? So if you allow me, Churchill. So Pinky is the moderator for Group 1, Legal Framework and Policy Advancement. If you follow her, she will show you to where the group, where the auditorium is. And then Rema Saleh and Dambuki will handle the groups here and the auditorium behind. Are we clear? Any questions? Good. Let me hand over back to Churchill. Thank you, brother.
Kama hujatajwa, you just weenda tu mahali unasikia roho inasema sasa tutakusaidia aje. So hiyo ya Oyster, you're discussing about legal framework and policy advancement like my brother said. And so you also have Ambassador Dr. Amina Mohammed with you, Justice Njoki Ndungu, our Chair Paul Tergat, Agnes Oluoch, and our DPP Nurdin Haji. The resource mobilization and human capacity development with moderator Rahma Swale. You have Honorable Lina J.B. Kilimo, Justice Joyce Aluoch, and Francis Mutuko in that. That should be at the extension behind. And then Group 3, where we're going to discuss about women and leadership in sports. Of course, with my chairperson, Miss Lilian Maduda Waweru, volleyball, and of course, Nurdin Haji, Zach Kinodhi, Josephta Mukobe, General Tuwe, and Miriam Opondo will just be watching us, and that should be here. So feel comfortable to join any of those groups as we progress there now. So later on, we'll have the CS here to just conclude, and then later on, I'll be hosting you for a cocktail at the main hotel. All right, so feel free to exit the room and see you after an hour. Music. And of course, we are live on Homeboys Television and all social media handles. Kindly follow the conversation on Twitter at Agnes Tirop. Enjoy. Let's try to get solutions. See you shortly after now. So number 2, you move into the extension.
Scary when get too loud. Silence when I try speak out. Suggestive when I choose to smile. Sensitive when I choose
So resource mobilization and human capacity development with Rahma Swale mnaenda extension behind. All right. Naya women and leadership in sports that I'm hosting will be here at the main hall. So the extension one, Doreen Okiri and Jambi June Waweru. So at least you can go to either of the rooms. Ama mkayapa na mimi, kuna Easter. Feel free to move anywhere, athletes, all right? Karibu sana. So let me have Eunice Dola, Rosalind Jerry, and Sylvia Kamau right here in front. Yeah, and the Oyster one is just next to the reception that is being hosted by Sylvia Matasi and Eunice Lumalas. Asante sana. Hope Doreen Okiri and Jambi and June Waweru have moved to the extension area. Sawa sawa. You can move to any of those places I've mentioned earlier. Great, because here I'll be talking about women and leadership in sports. Mnataka kukaa hapa? Okay. Great. Homeboys Television.
Is it a general talk or you want the questions? Do you have the questions?
I'll give you the.
No, we have.
Yeah, the ones.
Okay.
Yeah, we asking the question.
It's a discussion.
Yeah, it's a discussion. The system, leadership,
We'll guide you. They need to go to the other side.
Okay, so you guys looks like you're comfortable here. Athletes, ni sawa. Wacha nikae wapi? Moderator ukaa pale. On the right hand. Great. We have someone to help us with typekeeping.
Is your phone on silent?
Oh, some 1 hour. 1 hour. Great. So karibu sana to our session panel discussion here with my very able panel. With me here, football team coach, Eunice Dola. Karibu sana, let's appreciate her. From swimming, we have a sports administrator, Rosalind Jerry. Awesome. And then we have a sports consultant, Sylvia Kamau. And then, of course, we have Miss Lillian Mududa Waweru. Karibu sana. She's our chairperson for today. Great. So we'll go straight to the questions. Nitajaribu ujibu hasa zingine na Kiswahili so that everybody can follow through. Karibu sana. Wapigeni makofi our panelists for today. Is a discussion. So the first question to Madam Lillian Mududa Waweru, our chairperson. What is the sports leadership ecosystem in Kenya and why is it hard for women to rise?
Thank you, Churchill. Sports ecosystem is that environment where we all do our sporting activities. It could be the field where we play, the federations where we belong, the boardrooms where sports is discussed, in our communities, the educational institutions. That is what we refer to as sports ecosystem. It's that environment where sports take place. Why is it difficult for women to rise in sports? Sports environment is uneven, as it is today in this country. We all know the playing field is not flat. It has a bit of mabonde and milima, especially for women. And that is why we find it very difficult for women leaders to rise in sports. We have the norms, cultural, social, that impede our growth in sports. We have the Muslims, Christians. You find sometimes for a Muslim girl, you could have the talent, but the religious background where you come from becomes very difficult. It doesn't enable you to move and achieve your potential in sports. So that is an impediment, cultural norms and social norms. The other thing is the economical status of women generally. This also is a problem. You are in swimming, you are talented in swimming as a young girl in primary school, but it's almost impossible to buy swimming gear, sporting gear. Just you find to get what you need to go for a competition is so much money, it becomes impossible for your poor parent to afford. So that is an impediment for most of us. The other thing would be, for women, we also have lack of exposure in this environment of ours. The girl child is almost ignored by the media. Sorry, Churchill, but that is the truth. You will find where girls have excelled, there's competition for girls, and we have another youth competition for boys. All the media houses will run that side. The other side will be ignored. So that is an impediment for our growth in sports. Hence, leadership becomes a problem because leadership starts from the bottom, okay? You grow as a leader. So if you are not exposed as a child, how do we expect you to grow and become a leader later in life? You must have the exposure. You must have this mentorship. You must have the economic muscle to get whatever is needed for your growth in sport. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yes, you have. Is that why we have very small coverage when it comes to women football, and I'll be coming to the coach, compared to the real World Cup where men play? Jerry.
Can I answer that, Churchill?
Yes, please.
I think it's more biased against the feminine masculinity game, because a lot of the background we come from, if let's say it's football where we have a boys team and a girls team playing, the media tend to go to the boys team, not because they favor the boys, but we have this mentality that football is a game for the masculine gender. So, I mean, they will cover a game they think that is being played by the gender that owns it than the gender that doesn't own it. So you find that there's also media bias when it comes to certain games also, when it comes to certain games. Because if we're talking about something like gymnastics, they will cover gymnastics because they believe gymnastics is a feminine kind of game, but it's not football. So it's just media bias also based on the game.
So media plays a big role.
Yes, it does.
In this.
Yes,
does
it
it
does.
apply in swimming also?
Oh, yes, it does. I mean, we've had incidents in swimming where we have had boys who have broken the national record and the girls have broken the national records, and you find that the media are actually running to interview the boys who have broken the national record than even interviewing the girls. Then again, there's also the challenge of, even if it's international meets, if you look at most of the swimming teams, they have more boys than they have girls. So it's actually gender bias. And it comes right from the roots of the federations. So it has got nothing to do with how we are brought up, because sports falls under the federation. So it's gender bias from the federations also.
I can't wait to ask you about the family roles they play, because I want to know how expensive this swimming, why parents would choose to support a boy rather than a girl. But hold that thought. Allow me to go to Eunice Dollar, who's a football coach. Pigieni makofi Eunice Dollar. Zamani, since I knew, wasichana walikuwa nafundishwa mpira na coaches wanaume. Has that affected in any way, and how is it different now that you're a football coach?
Thank you so much, Churchill. I think I would want to contribute to say that today the Federation has tried to actually bring women leaders in football. And for the past 3 years, we've seen Women's League running. We've seen the Division 1 actually running.
You can bring the microphone a bit closer.
Okay, sorry.
Beautiful, yeah.
We've seen the introduction of Division 1. We've seen the introduction of regional leagues. We've seen the county leagues picking up. The challenge that we have today is female coaches. You will find that Football Kenya Federation has organized for a coaching course for female coaches, but very few of them will turn up. But again, at times, the Federation organizes for coaching courses for all coaches. That means that even women are invited. In one instance case in the deep rural village in Bondo, I'm also an instructor, so I actually went there to instruct coaches. Unfortunately, this course was sponsored by the county government, but there was no single lady coach that attended this course. So the coaching side of it, when it comes to women football, women teams, we have men dominating the coaching side. But luckily enough today, the Federation has insisted, I think it was something that was brought up recently, that for any football women team that is participating in the league, there has to be a female coach or a female administrator to make sure that issues of girl-child empowerment are encompassed into the coaching of the girls.
Thank you so much. I was watching the Africa Cup of Nations, and Cameroon is my team. And if you look around, most teams that have made it to Africa Cup of Nations are being coached by whites, and I'm yet to see a female coach. Is it that you can't train boys? That is one. And two, do you have some hesitation when you say I'm a football coach and parents are like, apana, lakini vijana wangu nataka wakochiwe na coach. Nataka wakuwe na coach.
Yes, coach. I think I will answer that. Allow me to answer that.
Yeah.
For many years, we've not gotten the opportunity as female coaches to coach the boys' side. We have tried to come in, but it's been a little bit difficult because of the dominance, the male dominance in the football sport. So what we have done, myself, I coach kids. I coach kids, both boys and girls, but I also have a girls team. So I've decided to also bring in boys, because when you coach girls in a particular field, their boys will always come. They will always come to look, and they'll somehow want to play. So we have given them the opportunity to also play with the girls. But as we continue, I think I'll tell you the benefit of doing that. So far, we've seen some benefit of letting girls play with boys in the same field, train with them, and also learn from one another.
Great, I'm following through. Now, Madam Chair, even Premier League teams, local football teams, you hardly have female coaches. Do you have a deficit there?
Thanks, Churchill. I think she said it all, that football field is male-dominated. So getting space may not be very easy, but as women, we are trying. You can see she's seated here. She's an instructor. She's a coach. We are trying to penetrate that field that has been dominated by men for a long time. I believe even Kenya, the disbanded FKF had a woman vice president. And that's an achievement for women because they are moving forward. They are getting there.
Are you talking about the affirmative action?
Affirmative action, you may call it so, but women in their own right are trying their best to penetrate the areas which otherwise were not, they were not permitted to, for lack of a better word, not permitted to venture into.
Stereotyping.
Yes, stereotyping.
And that's why we come to Sylvia Kamau, who is a sports consultant. Has affirmative action succeeded? And what needs to be improved in it, or does it need an overhaul?
Thank you. I think affirmative action has succeeded on paper. On paper and on legislation, it's there. And you can see there's an effort to have documents that require that to happen. But I don't think it has been implemented. So if you look at the different federations, unions, and sports organizations, women, first and foremost, women, we pose the first challenge towards our leadership. We never offer ourselves for leadership positions. So you will find like there's a federation that's having elections. The women will sit back and wait for co-option. Or those are the two instances. So they'll sit back and wait for co-option. I think women need to step up into the podium, step up to the podium and offer themselves for the executive positions. We were told in the morning that there's only one president, federation president who's a woman. Why can't more women offer themselves? So affirmative action is there on paper. We allow ourselves to be given co-option positions. Women rep in the different federations. I think, okay, it's a good step. It brings the women to the table, but the women need to also move forward and take more responsibilities. In terms of having it more like, cemented in our organization, in our sports organizations, I think the Ministry of Sports has a very big role to play in it. And in two ways. One is demand implementation from all the sporting organizations. Yeah. So demand that we are not just installing women so that we can be seen we've installed women, but give women opportunities. We are all from different federations and athletes are there. We encounter different challenges when we decide to like vie for a position, for example. I want to vie for a presidency. There are those negative norms that are used to attack the women. And so the women end up shying away from that. Some of the tough women hang in there and they move forward. So I think the ministry needs to demand that all federations and sporting organizations should implement the affirmative action. The second one is that the ministry, again, should demand that all federations and sporting organizations should include or adopt the Sexual Harassment Act and the Children's Act in their constitutions or in their documents, their legal manuals or whatever it is. These two acts are key in terms of leveling the field. And so if they are implemented, of course now the perpetrators, for lack of a better word, or the women cease to be victims. Because now there's legislation that actually allows you to be on the stage by right and by merit and not by being given freebies, for lack of a better word. Again, like we've already picked our chairman, our secretary, our vice. So there's like a women rep position there. Come and get. So these two acts will ensure that the field is level all the way from the athlete all the way to the leaders up there. Because I think leadership positions are built when you're an athlete. So when you become a captain, you build your leadership skills as you grow up the ranks. And once you retire, you now go into management. Yes.
Do you think we have proper structures in different disciplines in sports?
I think, okay, we have good intentions. So you will find that sporting organizations, most sporting organizations have constitutions. Some of these constitutions, and especially with the pressure that the registrar has been putting, have tried to align with the Sports Act. Yes. So we do have documents on paper. But I think the question is, do we implement them?
Do we implement?
Yes. Do we implement them? So you will, like, for example, like this affirmative thing, it's there on paper. But do we implement it? Do we have the goodwill to implement it?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
or
the
to
question.
push it, or to allocate resources to something, to allocate resources towards that effort. Do we do that?
Great.
I think not.
Great.
Yes.
So that's the question that goes begging. I'll be coming back to you, Madam Chairperson. Someone said the reason why, for instance, if you take Harambee Stars, they haven't qualified for anything. They are selling jugu karanga huko nini. Is because we don't have structures from under 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. But right now, we need to go back to Njeri, who's a parent and ardent follower, and she's smack in the middle of swim. Number one, how expensive is this swimming? And what's the role of the federation matters swimming? And we've done some amazing job in terms of swimming. So who has put the hard work?
Let me first add on to something that Sylvia has said about our federation constitution. For the longest time, our constitutions are only aligned to the Sports Act and the international constitution. So basically, when we talk about gender violence, we do not even have our local federation constitution has not adapted the mechanism that will protect our children from being molested or even experiencing sexual harassment. And you know, we have had that a lot in swimming. So basically what normally happens is that the fact that we do not have those acts in our constitution, the officials find ways and means of getting away from the investigations. And I even remember the DPP saying that the challenge they have with gender GBV in sports is because it is so hard to prosecute these cases because there's a lot of cover-ups even in the federation. So you find, and the other thing is, the reason even why women will not take up leadership roles is that the fact that the federation does not protect them and they can do whatever they do, so they shy away from these leadership positions because they are not protected. So with the Kenya Swimming Federation, I sat in the governance committee, and one of the things that we really insisted on adapting was the Sexual Offences Act and the Children's Act. And the reason why I say the Sexual Offences Act and the Children's Act is that there is no sport that starts with a 16-year-old. Most sports actually have underaged children. From let's say the ages of 9 is when these children, like in swimming, competitive swimming is actually, they start at the age of 9. So you can imagine if you do not have a mechanism that is protecting these children under the laws of your country, then these officials will continue getting away. So one of the recommendations that we have insisted on is that we asked the Ministry of Sports to make sure that those two acts are adapted in all the federation constitution. That way, even when someone is prosecuted or persecuted or whatever, there's a mechanism already in the federation that allows the DPP to come in under those Sexual Offences Act and the Children's Act to do up. And then the other thing is the cover-up actually happens inside the federations. Please don't forget, Churchill, majority of the officials in all federations are actually men. So, and then the mechanisms have not been set up in such a way that when this woman when these offenses happen, who are you going to sue? You're going to sue the same officials? So the cover-ups of these sexual offenses and gender violence actually start from the federation level, which makes it very difficult for even the DPP to prosecute. Now, let me come back to your question about expense. Wow, I don't think there's any sport that is not expensive. But the fact that our federations are so disorganized, and I'm not ashamed to say that, then, and you know, we have had incidents of lack of accountability, lack of transparency. In fact, we are very happy now that we have actually seen the Ministry of Sports telling federations, get your act together, or we are not going to fund you. But now in the sport of swimming, I don't think we've ever known any funding from the government. So the parents still pocket, I mean, you're going to represent your country, but you're actually paying for everything. So you're paying for the airfare, you're paying for everything. But then again, do we blame the parents, or do we blame the officials? Again, mechanism and systems have allowed the officials to exploit the parents by always saying, we don't have a federation, but you want your child to swim. I mean, sport in a child brings a lot of discipline, Churchill. I'm telling you, kids who have grown up in sport, they grow up with a lot of discipline, consistency, time management. It teaches them the life simple tools that we parents can't teach. So you can imagine you want to put your child in that sport. So you have to keep digging deeper from your pockets. So at the end of the day, yes, it's expensive, and yes, do we have a choice right now? No. Why? Because we do not have proper systems put in place by the same federations to at least give us some leeway in terms of expenses.
Thank you very much, Jerry. That's well put. And of course, I'll be coming back to you in a short while. Let me go back to my coach, Rose Eunice Dolly. I grew up in Makongeni. When I came to Nairobi, there was a team called Makolanders. Walikuwa wanacheza mpira sana. Some girls, they used to play all the way to Norway. Then at some point, those girls, because they used to train behind my house. Nyumba yangu ilikuwa ya 2,300 na bado nilikuwa na rent arrears. So at some point, I stopped seeing them play. Then I asked the coach, asichana walienda hapi? Akaniambia, I say, si wako tu mitaani. And some of our whole generation of footballers was lost. How difficult is it to become a formidable football player ukiwa umetoka mtaani? Girl tu wa kawaida, a girl who's 9 years to get to 18 years, and you know there are so many opportunities once they start playing international. How difficult is it kutoka 9 years mpaka fike 18 kuwa pro?
Thank you so much, Churchill. It is not so easy for girls who come from the slums to excel in sports. But ironically, they're the ones who, again, a few of them excel in sports today. So in the case of Makolandos, I think they came back and they're still playing. The girls may have disappeared, but the club is still there. I think what happens, and I think we all need to appreciate this, that in our own sports clubs, in our own sports organizations, we are only playing sports for competition purposes, nothing much. So if something is introduced, if life skills is introduced, if issues of health, issues of education are enhanced into the play, then we'll have sustainability of these girls and these teams. And today we should not be talking about lack of female coaches if this was actually done. So I think the systems that have been put in place in the women teams are not sustainable, are not driving sustainability, are not bringing the best in the player. It is only looking at competition. How good is Makolandos, for example, performing in the league? They're forgetting about that player. What about this player who comes to train? What about this player who plays for us? Are they eating something back at home? Is she able to pay school fees? Are the parents able to pay school fees? Is she able to have a decent school uniform to encourage her to continue with education? Is somebody encouraging them to go back to school? So if you're not seeing those girls today, then life might have swallowed them in the way somewhere. I had a team of girls in Kisumu. Actually, it's me who started football in Kisumu sometime in 2003. Women football, it was no longer there. So it's me who started women football in Kisumu. And I had over 64 girls.
You need to clap for her. She started
women football
in
Kisumu. So I had more than 60 girls coming to train every day from different slums. Sustaining them and managing them was not so easy. But I tried until a problem came up. And the coaches who are helping me to train these girls decided to live with a few girls who were under some correction. So he decided to form another team with girls who are facing a difficult process that we were trying to sort out their issue. And today, if we follow up the lives of those girls, it is so miserable. It is so painful to meet them. Some of them were very good footballers. They have lost it in life. They're nowhere. But a few of them who stuck and accepted correction, some of them are actually playing for the national team. One of my girls is the captain of women rugby, Philadelphia Orlando. Philadelphia started at my club as a footballer. And I'm so happy that she grew up and she took up the leadership role at Kenya Rugby Union. On the side, we formed something called Kenya National Football Coaches Association. It's called KenFoca in the country. I sit in the committee, the interim committee of KenFoca that has almost all coaches in the country. And we have a few ladies coaches also in the group, but in the committee we are only 2. And there's a big problem in terms of us trying to bring some change, us trying to participate as women coaches in these committees, and us trying to promote women football in this committee and in this group that is male-dominated. So just to come back to your question, we are losing these girls because we don't have systems. We only call them to play the sport and they go back home. We don't care about what problems they're going through every day, what problems affect them as girls who are actually growing up and experiencing certain changes in their body, in their lives. Nobody is there to take care of them. And if that happens, then if that can happen, then I think we can have a sustainable sport in this country.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Koses. Madam Chair, Kenya is not the richest country we have. The poverty levels, you know where they are. Realistically, forget about the expressway. So, what's the government doing and the federation to reduce this poverty level? And is that the biggest enemy when it comes to gender-based violence in sports? Because you feel, I'd rather stick it here instead of saying what's affecting me, because this is the only way I'm going to make it out of the slums.
Kenya, you say, is not one of the richest. I want to say Kenya is rich. It's not, it's not a very poor country. It is not.
Yes, differently.
Yes, it's not rich. It's not. It's not poor, because I believe systems put in place, order put in place, sports can be financed from the lowest level. It can be done. What is ailing us, and we keep on talking about resources. I believe the resources are there, but how are they distributed? Okay? I'll talk for women because I'm a woman. And I believe that the women's sports is not given adequate attention and adequate resources. I want to give you an example. And this example I'm about to give, I one time asked our former PS sports, Mr. Kaberia. He came to visit us. We were camping in Kasarani. A year before, we had AFCON championship in Cairo. Kenya football, Harambee Stars went. Harambee Stars was given about 200 million or 140 million, something like that. And Malkia Strikers were in the same country, same city, playing AFCON. We were given 0. We came back with a silver medal. Harambee Stars left at the preliminaries, having been given over 100 million, and Malkia Strikers given nothing. So when you say there's no money, I don't believe what you're saying, because there was enough money to give the men and no money to give to the women. When we arrived with our silver medal, there was nobody even to receive us. There was not even the media to cover us. So those are the biases we are talking about. Money or no money, if things are put in place, even the corporate world can assist, provided you have a system and order in the federations, and even the ministry assisting us. Believe you me, there are many organizations who will come forward to support sports in this country. So the money is not the issue.
Money is not the issue, it's the distribution.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And thank you so much on Malkia Strikers. They're into the World Cup. Yes. Can you imagine Harambee Stars, the day they make it to the World Cup? Our athletes keep winning gold medal for us. Like, let's appreciate all the athletes. Maze Makofi, Maze. You put us right there. We really do appreciate when our anthem is sung so many times. We really do appreciate. Okay? Now, into our final question, and then I'll have you do the final remarks to Sylvia Kamau. Women and family roles. How can women have dual careers, being mothers and leaders in sports? Here's a mom.
Thank you. As you can see, the rest of my colleagues are all laughing. So when we saw this question, we were like, why are you asking us this question? Women have been multitasking from those days. Our mothers, our grandmothers, they used to go to the shamba and still give birth and take care of 10 children. So why are you asking us if we can have a career and run sports? We are doing that.
It's possible.
It is very possible. It is happening. It's just that we are not recognized, or we are not on the platform that everybody sees. So when there is a president who's running sports, it's look like, wow, he's coming from the office and he's going to run sports. But ladies are there and doing the same thing. We have coaches. We do whatever it is we do during the day. And in the evening, we go to the field and coach. And at night, we go home and become mothers and do homework. CBC, metushika ko. We still go back and do. So this is not a question. And I'll tell the athletes, they're still young. If you take, for example, like the academic environment, we're getting scholarships, sports scholarships. And you must maintain your grades and you must maintain good performance in school. I mean, in the field and in class. So that is also multitasking. She said that if you play sport, it impacts on you the values you need, time management, discipline, those things. So sports, multitasking, we can actually be mothers, have proper families, raise upstanding citizens who become successful, and still have very successful sports careers, either as an athlete or as a leader or supporting cast of sports. Because again, I believe that leadership in sports is not necessarily in the mainstream. We have legal sports law, we have sports marketing, we have all these other professions that fill into sports. So they are also giving back to sports, and they are doing whatever the profession they have. So it is possible for us to run sports and be mothers.
You can
and have a career. So it's three-prong actually.
Yes.
We can have our profession, our private one, run sports, and be a mother. Yes.
And I like the introduction. You've been multitasking.
Yes.
Since time immemorial. And I'll be coming to the chair and, of course, coaches. And Jerry, how do we put more women in leadership positions matter sports? What should we do? What do we need to do ASAP?
First and foremost, we need to put proper systems for the women. We need to protect the women, because a lot of women shy off because of not being protected by the law and also by, let's say, just the system. Let me put it the system. Because that way, and then we also need to create a safe space for women to talk. Because a lot of women, especially in sports, don't talk because they shy away from saying, I have been sexually harassed, or I have been asked for a sexual favor so that I can be a coach. Sometimes it actually does happen, but you can imagine the trauma that woman carries to the point whereby she'll only be a coach. She will not even want to elevate herself to even an executive position, because the other thing is if she tries to go against the men who actually did what they did, then they bring out her dirt. Which is actually the cases that we've had. We've had incidents where women take up roles, they want to take up, let's say, like an executive position, and I'm telling you the dirt that is brought out when she was a coach, this is what she did. They don't have a safe haven to talk. And then we also need to put up a system where it doesn't, if you actually did sexually harass this woman when she was a coach and she's able to speak, then you should be prosecuted, persecuted, or whatever action needs to be taken. So one of the things for the women to be able to take up leadership roles is that we have to protect the women. Because I'll tell you, Churchill, for free, women in sports are suffering silently. You sit with these women and you listen, because I've sat with women and I've told them, you are a really nice coach. You have the experience. You're a coach who's had 20 to 25 years of experience. Why are you unable to step up and take up a leadership role? And when they open up to you, you realize they do not want their dirt that was done maybe when they were in the ages of 25, 26, to be brought up when they are now married, and then we have social media. And some of these perpetrators are very bad because they do actually use the social media to bring out that dirt. So I think we need to first and foremost bring out laws that protect the women. And like I said, the only way to do it is to actually adapt the Sexual Offences Act in all the federation constitutions. So in the sense that, because you see also when it comes to prosecution for these offenses, they can't go to Milimani, they'll have to go to Milimani. Some of them can't even afford the legal fees of a lawyer. So you see, we don't have proper systems for these women to speak up, to be able to take up those roles. So the only way we can do this is first and foremost, make sure that our women are protected. That is one very key important thing. Secondly, we need to have the women who are currently leaders right now to start mentoring a woman who will take up after her in that position, because that's another thing we lack. If we look at the elections for federations, Churchill, I am telling you, it's a very vicious cycle, because the men gang up and they will support their man. But for us women, again, we don't have that strength and we don't have that empowerment to be able to stand up and say, we are supporting you, we are going with you, because of so many other hurdles and so many other red tapes that are put in there that we are unable to do that. So I think the creation of a safe haven for women to speak, and especially in sports, because I'll tell you, I know a lot of women in sports are suffering, and they have the capacity, they have the capability to take up leadership roles, but the system really cuts them down. So systems need to be set up for our women to be able to stand up and say, you know what? Under the Sexual Offences Act, you did this to me, and now that I'm taking up a position and you want to bring out that dirt, then I'm going to bring it out. I mean, it's a two-way thing, so
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome. And I like something you said about social media, and I'll be coming to you, Sylvia. I know you can't wait to talk about that. But allow me to go back to Coach Eunice. How do you ensure we have more female coaches in your field?
Thank you so much, Churchill. I think it's been a discussion in our federation, and because we already have the vice president in the federation who takes care of women football in the country. So it's been on our meetings, our discussions, our workshops, that how can we bring in more female coaches. But now on my side, I will answer this because I've tried it and it's working. I've tried to scout for the former players who already understand the game of football and can easily come to be trained as coaches. This is not so easy because the few that I only managed to sustain 2. The other 3 left. And if we try following them, we cannot get them. Unfortunately, the federation gives them the training to go and train and coach in the field. But after they've been trained, they disappear. Some of them get married, some of them get children, and some of them, like their husbands, cannot allow them to come and coach. So we keep on losing them. So today we are looking at these players. How can we ensure that these players are sustained into playing and to a level that they can be leaders, they can be trained as coaches at such a time that they can no longer play the game of football or any other sport. So I also played hockey, and I sit in the Nyanza Hockey Union as the vice chairperson. And our chairperson died, and because we were 2 vice chairpersons, there was a man and a woman, and the committee decided to push the male vice chairperson as the chairperson of Nyanza Hockey Union. So I asked them, what criteria did you use? Because we are 2, I'm a woman and you're a man. What was so difficult to have me become the chairperson of Nyanza Hockey Union? So it's still being debated on, and I hope if I keep quiet, then I don't get it. But if I push it, I'll get it, because I know I have all it takes. I played the sport, and I have the capability of management and all that. So to sustain female coaches, even in hockey, is to bring the former players together and to start showing them the value that they will get for being a coach or something like that. So again, Sylvia has talked about role modeling. I think it's very important. If they see me still in sports, then some of them wants to come in. Some of them wants to know, like, why are you still in sports and you're a mother and you're also doing business? So what is it? So I think if they see more role models, if they see more mentors, if they see more of us who played the sport and are still in the sport, then they will start coming in. So that is what we are actually doing. A few of us who are still in coaching field as female coaches, we are trying to bring in the others to come in.
And thank you so much, Coach Eunice. Clearly, you're a jack of all trade, a master of all. Madam Chair, I want you to have a final word because I also need to hear your part when it comes to people with disability. Allow me to drag you back to Sylvia. Tell me about social media. How serious is this? And how can we use social media positively for the sport?
Before I address the social media, I wanted to add to Jerry's point of why women don't take leadership positions. There's something called stereotyping. Stereotyping really affects women. It's generational over the years, and it's a form of discrimination. So what's stereotyping? For example, there's that mentality that women cannot, what you started when you discussed soccer. Soccer is seen like a sport for the men. So they can't even imagine that they can have a president or even a secretary who's a female. So those kinds of things, stereotyping leads to a lot of things, inequality in resource management, what it's called mentorship, leadership positions. So it hinders women from actually being positioned in aspects where they could take up leadership roles. So we go back to social media. Social media has become very powerful. These days, social media can either destroy you or build you. If you look at all sporting organizations, personalities, brands, we all have gone into social media. It is a tool, it's a marketing tool. And I think every federation or every modern sporting organization has gone to that way. It's cheaper than the traditional marketing ways we used to do. It's easier to have a following. It's quantifiable. So social media is key and it's big if used well. Yeah.
Awesome. And I know Jerry has raised a lot of points here. It needs a whole day to discuss. You'll have something to say. I don't know how many minutes I have, but Madam Chair, you have so much on your plate. Where do we start? Matters leadership.
Allow me to just add on to what Dola said about why it is difficult to bring more women, to bring more women to coaching or refereeing or just generally officiating in sports. Some of these causes are not cheap. And again, mentorship is lacking. Let me discuss mentorship before I go to the expenses of training as a coach or a referee. We need to put some systems in place to transition from player to coaches and to leadership positions in sports. You find most of our girls leave sports and they leave it there. After playing, that's it, because they were not given mentorship. They were not encouraged to go for leadership, maybe courses or seminars or trainings. So I think what we need to do first is, as we transition from playing, is there room for some of these people who are interested? Are they encouraged to take up coaching courses or referees or other leadership positions in sports? If we do that, if stakeholders and the Ministry of Sports can come together and see how this can be done, then I'm sure we'll get many coaches, many referees. When you come to the expenses, some of these courses are even done outside the country. You find somebody is required to get accommodation, get training fees, get transport. that money is not there. What does the federation do? They send you a letter and tell you there's a cause in Sudan, or there's a cause in Tanzania, or whatever it is. Now, you as a player who is interested, where do you start from? There's no mechanism of raising that money. Therefore, it becomes very difficult. So what we need to do as federations is to look at means and ways of transition from player to the other levels of leadership in sports across the board. What was your question again?
So how do we get more women in leadership positions? You're a leader on your own right.
I think it has been said by my ladies here that playing field is not even. We need to flatten it. We need to stop stereotyping women. We need mentorship for women as they grow out of active sports. We need to mentor them. We were told by Madame Kilimo that when she was in Standard 4, she looked at Joyce Oluoch and she was told she's driving a big car and she's uncircumcised. Then she decided she would never be circumcised because she wanted to be like Joyce Oluoch. Now, when you look at our sporting industry, the role models, you can only talk of somebody like Catherine Dereba at the moment and maybe Tekla Rurupe, but we need more, where our young girls can look up to them and say, I want to be like Catherine Dereba. I want to be like Tekla Rurupe. I want to be like so-and-so. How do you do that? By giving these girls an environment that is conducive, giving them skills, encourage them, train them, and mentor them so that we can get more coaches and officials going forward.
Great. Now, cases to do with disability, and I'm glad we have a national chair here. Agnes, karibu sana. Let's appreciate her. Karibu sana, Madam Chair. So how do we create a space for them to just open up and talk about some of these issues that are affecting them, matters, gender-based violence in sports? Or you've never had any case?
I think that's why we're here, but I think I will let Njeri pick that from me.
Even she can also say something before we hear from you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You might need to put a mic on. It's off.
Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, homeboys.
Thank you so much, Churchill. Maybe as much as we are talking about disability, I think for disability it's very difficult because really the ground is not really leveled for us. There's a lot of discrimination and we go through a lot of challenges with our athletes in terms of even leadership. Myself as a leader, because I was an athlete. When I got to Paralympic as an athlete. And later I decided I would go for leadership position, whereby after 2 years being an athlete, I decided to go for leadership position. And I got to be the treasurer of Kenya National Paralympic. From there, I noticed there were so many things that were going on, and my people were not ready to talk. The ladies were not ready to talk, and they were not even prepared that maybe a lady could be a leader. So I decided to go for that position. And even as much as I'm there's so many things that are going on with disability, but we are trying. And I believe I'm a fighter myself. I believe to fight and get it. Whatever I want to go for, I'll always get it because I believe in myself and I know as much as I'm disabled, I can achieve something. So we are really trying it.
Yes, and just before I let you go, Madam Chair, and I have my panelists say their final word, the reason I asked you is because my dad was also disabled. Now, that aside, I see on the streets here in Nairobi, every time you pass by, you see these people who are able differently being taken advantage of. Why is it that old ladies who are begging have little children strapped on their back? What do you do, or what avenue do you create so that they can express themselves? Because those are on the street. But now, the ones who are talented, because these are very talented people, how do you make sure that they are not taken advantage of?
Okay, most of them actually come from poor backgrounds. So at times, maybe to earn maybe something or to put something on your table, sometimes these men actually use you because they tend to think that maybe as much as you're disabled, he's safe going with you other than going with the able-bodied. So he'll come for you, they'll cheat you with a few, with some money. So you find that these people are actually used, even in terms of even sports. Here in our sports, we've noticed that. Even, in fact, that's what made me to be the chair, so that I could advocate for the ladies who are there, because you're normally asked for those favors before you're taken for a trip. That's what used to happen. And I remember I was a victim of such, and luckily enough I could talk, whereby I even came back. When I came back to the country, I told the PS and also the CS who was there. We tried talking it out, but later it was not solved. But after that, I decided now I'll be the chair, but I normally try to avoid such things so that they cannot happen. But most of these people, maybe you see even in the streets, they are used even by their relatives, because you have a child with disability. Most of the time, this child will be left at home, maybe in the care of relatives, not knowing what the relatives will do. So sometimes you find even relatives turning back to those children that they're being left to take care of. And then that's what happens, and that's what leads to maybe them having children and all that.
Great, thank you, and good luck as we formulate on best ways possible to curb that. All right, now before I give my panelists to say the final word, allow me to invite Miriam from Deaf Olympics to say a word. Thank you so much for being part of this conference, and it's been great to have you the entire morning. Miriam, so someone might have to translate for us. Great. So we have less than 5 minutes. So give it 2. All right, great. So you'll translate? All right.
First of all, I want to thank the panelists and also Churchill for moderating this session and to give me this opportunity to speak. As you've heard, my name is Miriam Opondo, in Deaf Olympic Sports. And also I'm the Secretary General for the Confederation of the African Deaf Sports. I'm glad to hear about this discussion on how we can improve participation of women with disabilities in leadership positions. And I'm glad I'm following up on my colleague who's spoken before, because when we speak about disabilities, we need to understand that we have Paralympics and Deaf Olympics. So as far as deaf sports is concerned, my views is that this is a society where men feel they have more power. They know that they are very active, and women are left behind and they shy off. Because in the leadership of the sports in the country, I can tell you that in Kenya, we only have 3 women sports in the sports leadership, because most of them are deaf men who are leaders. And why is this happening? Women are really shying off because of what? 1, they fear, and 2, poverty. When it comes to sports election, you know that some people usually have the resources to facilitate for them to win. and women don't have those resources and they cannot vie for these positions, it becomes very hard. So as we try to think about how we need to improve women in leadership in sports, we talk about empowerment of the girl child and empowering the girl child, but where are we forgetting about the boy child? We also need to include them, because without empowering the two at the same time, in future there will be no significant change. Because who's discriminating against the girl child? It's the boy child. So I think that it's really important to empower the two, both the boy child and the girl child, to understand that the boys can give girls opportunities to lead, so that there is equality in leadership. But if you focus on just one gender, the girl child, it will not work. So we need to empower both of them, especially the boys, to understand that the girl child can also be leaders in the society. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Miriam. My goodness. Oh, final one, Chairman, I know. Can you imagine how difficult it is to explain if an athlete has been sexually violated and you're deaf and you're trying to explain your situation? Can you see how difficult that is? Final word, Sylvia.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I think the final word and the take home from this is that women, we have the strength, we have the power, we don't need to be empowered. We need to step up, we need to come up and offer ourselves. There are different roles we can play. So whatever your capacity is as an athlete or whatever it is, let's come up, offer ourselves. We can't make the change if we don't offer ourselves. We can't ask for equality if we are not there to be given. We can't ask for resources to be allocated equally if the girl side has fewer numbers than the boy side. So let us first take it from ourselves. Let's come up. It's a murky environment sometimes. It is hard, but nothing good comes from anything easy. So let's come up, step up and be strong enough to take up these positions and not wait to be given the final positions, zile zimebaki, like come and take this. No.
Mabakish.
Yeah, tuchukue proper positions, and we have the intellect, we have the knowledge to actually run these sports to where we need it to be.
Excellent, Sylvia. I hope, Madam Jerry, you'll have a minute, and then maybe coaches and Chairman. I'll throw the question to the gallery before everybody else joins us. 1 minute. Final take.
For me, my take home today, especially from the morning session, was actually what Justice Njoki Ndungu asked, is how is it we have an act that has made people continue violating the sport? Because let me tell you something, sexual harassment is just not on girls, it's also on boys. I mean, we have gayism now, and we have gay coaches who are quiet, they will not speak. So we also have boys who are sexually harassed. For me, my take in this conference, one of the things that I would really, really want to see is to actually see two very important acts adapted by all federations, because with that, we actually take the power away from the perpetrators and now bring the power to the victims. So the thing is, the Sexual Offences Act is something that we really, really, really have to think about, because when I listen to somebody like Madam Agnes, she's bold enough to speak and say, it happened to me. What about those ones who have been suffering silently? But if we put up systems that can be able to give our sports men and women the power to speak up, and then not just the power to speak up, but to have system that seriously protects them from this perpetration, even gender violence, because a lot of times I can say that if gender violence is from home, and it comes all the way. So you can imagine when a child is being molested at home and being molested in a sport, and they can't speak. But when they're protected, it gives them the power to speak. So for me, my take on this today is I would love to see those two acts adapted in all the sports federation constitution, so that we can be able to take away the power from the perpetrators and give it to the victims.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much, Robert and Jerry. A lot to pick from you, a lot to learn from you. Coaches, dakika moja, Eunice.
Yes, to level the playing field for sportsmen and women, we need to give give an opportunity for inclusivity, give an opportunity for participation, for all to participate. But above all, not only look at competition, let us look at value-based sport. Let us not go for competition and forget about our values. So let's include value-based sports, let's include sports for development, and let us include this when a child is still young, a child that is interested in sports is still young and is growing up. Let them know their rights, let them know their future, and let's encourage them to go back to school, to actually get proper education, to get proper life skills from you people and from us, and at the same time, to help us now get a sustainable women in leadership. That's my take.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, coaches. 1 minute, Chairperson, before I throw one question to the gallery. Whoever has a question, the panel is.
My take from today is, from morning to now, is I've been encouraged quite a bit by those who spoke before us. And we need to feel encouraged, ladies who are here, and even the gentlemen who are here, that all is not lost. This is the beginning. I think it has never happened. It's happening now. And only better things can come from this going forward. I feel I just want to mention a few ladies here who have broken these barriers. And they have transited from playing to where they are today. And I wish to mention Catherine Mabui. She's an instructor in volleyball, and I want us to give us a big clap because she was a player, and today she's an instructor, and she was in this task force that has presented to us today. Thank you very much, Catherine, for breaking the barriers. The other one I would like to mention is Rose Tatamuya. She has also broken those barriers. We are moving, ladies. Don't be discouraged. Olaba is one of them. They are all seated together. Last but not least, we have Ndereba here. So we are going. We're getting there. Come again. And Sylvia, she was our CEO for Olympic Games. Give her a big clap. We are breaking these barriers slowly by slowly. We are getting there. So feel encouraged. The field is going to be flattened very soon, and we are going to get there. Thank you very much, Chachi.
Thank you very much. And we have you, Madam Chairperson, and of course, our CS Ambassador Amina Mohammed. Dr.
Yes, actually we need to give a big clap to
Let's give her a big round of applause. My goodness, breaking the boundaries. Kuna mtu ana swali moja before I release my panel, na wale wengine sijui wameingia kuomba. Anyone with a question? We are done. 1 hour is done. And Sylvia was my timekeeper. Thank you very much, madam. Swali. Now, we might need one microphone over there. Great.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Catherine Mabui, and a former international volleyball player. And now, like Madam Chair says, I'm an FIVB instructor in volleyball. So I coach women players and men players, and also male and female coaches. I give them some knowledge to pass to their teams. Thank you. Mine is not a question per se. There is a word that Sylvia has been struggling to say about what these people give, like we kuja kidogo. Sylvia, I think that word is tokenism. And I'm urging women, please let us not be... let us not be given those tokens. Like wewe, utakuwa tu chaperone, that is a token. No, let us go for them. And women, you must support each other. Let us not pull each other back, but support. Because somebody has said this word several, like, you women are your own enemies. I believe we can break that barrier. Women can support each other and even include the men who have goodwill and are supporting women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's a compliment. Sanitize that. And then who else has something to say or a question to the panel? And thank you so much, Homeboys Televisions, for such great setup and presenting. Let's appreciate Homeboys Television. Thank you. We are live. We're streaming live. Naam. There's someone over there. Asante sana. Yeah, then you pass it over.
Okay. Thank you so much, Churchill, and the panel. As you have heard, I'm Elizabeth Olaba. I've been in sports as long as I have lived, right from primary school up to now. Chair, lady, I think in volleyball, for volleyball to have reached where it is up to now, is because of the development of volleyball in schools, because that's where we get our athletes from. Most of these volleyballers, they come from either Lugulu, Mukumu, and those other schools.
Kwandanze.
Yes, and Kwandanze. Yes. So, in order for sports to develop, we have to start from the grassroots. And the grassroots is the schools. And in order to get the schools going, we have to empower the teachers, because the teachers are the ones who start with these children. And how can we empower them? Giving them education while they are still at the teachers training college, to introduce them to active coaching, so that when the children transit from schools now to the federations or to their clubs, that knowledge is there. It is just a matter of, carrying on from there. If we don't do that, we shall be talking, because going to the slums, even those children in the slums, they go to school. And in order for them to get that, love for sports, they have to start from young age. And sports, you have to have it from the heart. Nobody's going to push you to be a sportsman, but you have to have it from the heart. Secondly, in order for the women to get into leadership, you have to push, because men are like walls. They don't want to be moved. So it is you now to push for those positions. A good example is in the athletics. It's a very big field. We have so many positions, but you find that all these positions are occupied by men, and they don't want to give chances to women. They'll tell you, if you put a woman there, that woman we shall compromise her, and nothing is going to move. And surely they are going to do it. And they do it. Coming to coaching, most of the coaches, men. It is not that we don't have female coaches. I've done all the levels that a person can do. I started with netball. I played netball up to the international standard. I played volleyball. We are the pioneers of women volleyball in Kenya. I played handball. We were the pioneer of handball. And because of, I had so much, I decided now, let me end it in athletics. I've done all the levels. To Germany, I've gone there, I've done up to developer level. But now, when it comes now to selecting coaches here, Olaba's name will never feature. Because the men will keep kicking you left, right, and center till you are nobody. But now, when it comes to recommendation, you'll say, if you want to do shot put, go and look for Olaba. But when it comes to now giving you an assignment, nothing. It is the man who is going to go. So these things are there with us. But as women, let us encourage one another. Let us encourage one another. Keep pushing on till you can push no more. Otherwise, we are not going to penetrate. Whether we sing roses, if you don't come out for yourself, it is very hard to penetrate this. They have got very negative attitude towards us. Very negative. Of course, sometimes we sit and we talk with them and we understand. We hear them talk. But for a woman now to penetrate. Because for me, I would say the sports policy should have it that we have 50-50. If it is men, 50%, women, 50%. If a man is a president, let the woman be the vice president. If a team is going outside, if the team manager is a woman, then a man can be the assistant team manager. There's nothing wrong with that. You can manage, if you can manage your home, You can manage your home. Why can't you manage a small group of people going outside? It is not a permanent thing. You manage them for those 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you come back. If there is any shortfall, they'll tell you, you went and you did A, B, C, D. Can you rectify? Thank you very much. With those few remarks, I remain there.
Thank you so much, Olaba. I'm so encouraged by your words. And ladies, you got to push. There are walls, but you have to push. Tata Muya Rose, I've seen your hand. Jerry and Madam Chair, and Sylvia, I'll come back to you. Is there a role our veterans can play to help achieve whatever we are trying to mitigate here today?
There is a great need for the veterans to stay in the game. One is mentorship. We talked about mentorship. The young girls coming up, they're struggling with a lot. They're struggling with career, they're struggling with starting family life, they're probably struggling with their athletic life in terms of competition, they need to be there. So if they get the veterans to stay in the game long enough to tell them that this is the ropes, this is how you go up, it will help. So the veterans actually do have a role to play. The longer you are in the sport, the more exposure you have. So if, for example, like the legends in the room, move out and go. She said she's played 4 sports actually to the international level. So she has 1 or 2 things that we can actually learn from her. The exposure she has, the experience she has is invaluable. It can't be taught in classes. We probably have there's in leadership, there's the class knowledge, but there's the experience and the exposure. When you go for Olympic Games, and when I sit and do PowerPoint presentation of Olympic Games, those two are different. When you go there, you experience how the village is run. You see how the accreditation is done out there for over 3,000 people. You see how the accommodation is done. Like she's saying, the management of the team is something you need to experience. So if we stay in our village where all the old people have gone and the young ones come, we are left to our own devices and we have no direction in the way we are going. So I think the role of veterans is key and they need to be maintained in the game in whatever capacity they're there. Coaches, we always say the older the coach is, the more knowledge and experience they have. So coaches they can get out of it competitively, but they should remain to give their experiences to the upcoming coaches, and there's something we can always learn. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. So why is it so difficult to have them on board? Because on paper we say, hey, tunahitaji wazee hata Harambee Stars, bring Akina, bring Musa Otieno, bring Bobby Ogola, but realistically it doesn't happen. Why is it so difficult to incorporate them?
The first thing is the negative norms that we have. So take, for example, ladies. There's this social expectation that as I grow up, okay, I finish school, I go to campus, I'm supposed to start working, I'm supposed to start a family. And the expectation is when I start the family, I should stay at home. So the negative norms, we need to get rid of them. The stereotyping, we need to get rid of it. So that we are saying, we are allowing these ladies to bud. So we leave them to the experience. The other thing is resource allocation. So if there are no resources, like for example, the resources are not equally distributed. She just said that soccer went, I think they got 240 million, if I'm not wrong. Volleyball got nothing. Now, these volleyball girls are mothers, they're mothers, they have families, they have expectations in life just like the soccer players. So 2 sets of people have gone out, 2 sets of people have come back. The soccer team, they're able to go back home, probably buy themselves cars, buy their mother's land and something like that. The ladies, on the other hand, are coming back with deficits, so probably they were not even given enough allowances. So they are coming back to struggle. Remember, they've lost 2 weeks out there of their career. So if, for example, it's a business lady or she's paid on contract terms, she's out there for 2 weeks. She has no remuneration when she comes back. So when she comes back, she doesn't see the value of remaining in the game because the game is not giving her back. So what happens? You choose to go and work. I'm like, leave this sport, I go and work. So what we have done is that we have made sports for women a hobby. It's something you're told you have the talent, chase it, chase your dreams, but it doesn't pay. While on the other hand, the men's game pays them. Yes. So you will look at, the report I think highlighted that even the salaries we pay the athletes are different. And it's world over. Look at the NBA, for example, basketball. There's all this money put in the NBA for men. It's awesome. Everyone watches NBA. It's aired prime time. Look at the WNBA. When the WNBA, the season is shorter. Secondly, there's no money to eat. It's not highlighted as much. So the earning on that side, on the WNBA, is not as much as the NBA. Are they playing any different basketball? No. Actually, if you watch the WNBA, it's as exciting as the NBA. Yeah. So it's world over that it's not the norm for us to equalize the two events. So we need to get rid of those negative norms that stereotype the women. We can actually levelize the playing ground. Yes.
Well, thank you so much, Sylvia, and karibu sana Waziri wa CS. Let's appreciate our Waziri Ambassador Mina Mohammed following us throughout this amazing conversation. We are just finished with our 1 hour, and then we were taking questions from the gallery. We are talking about the role of veterans in trying to shape the agenda that we're talking about today. And Sylvia just explained some key pointers. And now to Madam Liz.
It's about
Jerry,
the role of veterans?
Yeah, veterans.
Basically, because I've interacted with coaches who have retired from the game, sometimes they do not see the need of mentorship, because one of the things that we have not been very focused on and insisted on is actually mentorship. You know, mentorship, even for mentorship, for someone to volunteer to mentor, it's like we kind of like equate mentorship with money. If I'm not getting any money, if I'm not carrying forward, for us carrying forward is not something that really works. It's because I'm carrying forward, but I need to gain. So if I'm not gaining anything from that mentorship, then why do I need to mentor? Which is a very wrong way of looking at it, because we do really need mentors, especially in the sporting fraternity. We really, really need mentors. And we have amazing people who have retired. We have these two ladies here, and they're still mentoring. So the thing is, if we can come up with a mentorship program, because the Ministry of Sports can actually come up with a mentorship program where they actually bring the veterans in all discipline of sports and just request them whether they can agree to mentor the young generation, not just with the sport, but even with the leadership skills and everything else. I think that would be really nice.
Awesome. With a package or just voluntary?
Voluntary.
Voluntary.
Yeah.
Okay. Rose Tata Muya.
Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of athletics, and thank you very much, Madam CS. This is a wonderful day today, and we are looking forward for good achievement. At the end of this seminar, our conference, I think we are going to know our roles. Women, you are a star. Those who are in front of us today, you have told us a very good samples. For us, like masters or legends or veteran, after active competitions, please don't shy away. Fight. Because if you shy away, our girls are going to be messed up. I was one of them when 1970s. I'm the victim. So I don't want any child to get in that trouble. Because when I was in secondary school, Form 1, imagine just 16 years, when I'm pregnant, I have uniform, I have nowhere to go, I had to dig the hole where I can go through and run away from school. But eventually, God is good. I went back home. I got my baby. I went back to school. Whoever disabled me thought that I'm finished. But shame on him. My firstborn, listen to these girls. This name called boyfriend or girlfriend is the worst name in this world. Because coaches, when we train you during the day, the boyfriend or the girlfriend will give you a different exercise during the night. When you come to the competition, you are not the same person I trained you during the night, during the day. So why? We call them grabbers lovers. Because they grab you, they love you for that time, and they ran away. When he took off from me, he took me to hospital to do the abortion. But I went ahead of him and I told the doctor, if you do that, I'm going to sue you. Let this man come, you give me an injection of vitamin. He was given vitamin injection. And this guy knew that the pregnancy is going to get out. Only he realized that I'm still having my baby. My baby is 42 years. My girl is 42 years. Very lovely girl. And remember, I went back to school. Thirdly, when you are a woman, after retirement, or you are still active, you are a woman, you are a wife, you go to work, and when you are planning to have your baby, can you check your thermometer, the one which is going like this? The season, so that you can get your baby in the right season, and then you come back when this season is on. You cannot lose the track. I started running 1973. 74, I was the youngest in Commonwealth Games, New Zealand, Christchurch. I was the last in 800, and I remember 14 years, you are running with elderly people. And I was the last. 1990, when I'm retiring, I was the oldest in the same country, Auckland, New Zealand. Nowadays, why do you perform only for 2 years or 3 years? Where are you going? Where are you going? We need you after your retirement. Come to leadership, go for courses. We have done our courses for athletics coaching. We have done it. We can mentor, we can do anything, and we don't shy away from these men. Because men, they are grabbers. They are grabbers lovers.
Great.
Secondly, a third one, they don't come for love. When we go to track and field, when they are competing, you can see people that they are packed in the track. The stadium is full. They are coming to search for you. Women also, they come to search for men. This love, it is dangerous. Take care of yourself. Get your money. Invest. Those coaches who are calling themselves coaches and have never been a coach, we are after you. Very soon, we are coming for you.
Awesome, awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
God
much.
bless you. And we are telling the federations, please, please do your program and also look for sponsors. Because federation, our ministry also, the money which has been budgeted for is very minimal. So we help our federation to look for sponsors, 1+1. Thank you
Great.
very much.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate the legendary Rose Tata Muya. And by the way, you need to copyright that of Lovers Grabbers. There are some guys who can create a music with that very fast. Adema Lovers Grabbers everywhere we say. And they become millionaires and you're here, you're watching. Great. My floor manager, and thank you so much for showing me the signs on Asema. We need to wrap this. This has been awesome. I want us to appreciate our panelists here for today. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Miss Lillian Mududa Waweru, Eunice Dola, our coach, our football, and of course, Rosalind Jerry, my sport administration, swimming, and of course, Sylvia Kamau, our sports consultant. Thank you so much, Madam CEO. Let's appreciate them. Asante sana. And thank you so much for everyone who contributed. It's been great hosting you. My name is Churchill. Allow me to excuse my guest mkae chini. Karibu sana hapa. Wapigeni makofi. Thank you so much. Adema Lovers Gravas. You need to copyright that. Asante sana. So we'll allow the rest of us to join the main auditorium so we can finish together. And just to remind you, later today I'll be hosting the cocktail courtesy of very able CS, Ambassador Amina Muhayo. Sema hallelujah. We're going to have an amazing time later today. And so that's after everyone has joined. And of course, we've had some final remarks. So right about now, allow Homeboys Television, who are streaming this event live, to play some music as we allow the rest of the teams to join us. I hope you've enjoyed the session. Appreciate yourself for being such an amazing and attentive audience. Asante sana, Mr. DJ.
Scary when I get too loud. Silence when I try speak out. Suggestive when I choose to smile. Sensitive when I choose to cry. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood. Correction, I am a mood. Oh, you be miseducated. This miss is amazing. You keep hearing me say, get used to me. Make it room for me. Missy Pangwingwi. Wanijua, wanisikia, manake mi najijua. Told I couldn't run, so now I fly. Told I shouldn't argue, but my spirit fight. Told I couldn't drive, now I'm flown. Told I'd never work again, look at all I've done. Told I should sit down, so I'll take my throne. Told people like me don't stand, now we're twice as tall. We work twice as hard to get half as far. You didn't make me great, was the other way around. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood. Correction, I am a mood. Oh, you've been miseducated. This miss is amazing. You keep hearing me say, get used to me. Make it room for me. Missy Pangwingwi. Wanijua, wanisikia, manake mi najijua. Scary when I get too loud. Silence when I try speak out. Suggestive when I choose to smile. Sensitive when I choose to cry. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood. Correction, I am a mood. Oh, you been miseducated. This miss is amazing. You keeping me saying, get used to me. Make it room for me. Me see pangwingwi. Wanijua wanisikia maana kemi najijua. Told I couldn't run, so now I fly. Told I shouldn't argue, but my spirit fight. Told I couldn't drive, now I'm flown. Told I'd never work again, look at all I've done. Told I should sit down, so I'll take my throne. Told people like me don't stand, now we're twice as tall. We work twice as hard to get half as far. You didn't make me great, was the other way around. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood. Correction, I am a mood. Oh, you've been miseducated. This miss is amazing. You keeping me safe. Get used to me. Make it room for
Welcome back,
me.
everyone.
Me see pangwingwi. Wanijua wanisikia maana kemi.
Background please. Karibuni tena wageni waheshimiwa mliokuwa hapa, na naarifiwa wengi wetu sasa hivi hatujaweza kujihifadhi kutokana na kuvaa mask zetu inavyostahili. Ni ujumbe huu kutoka kwa daktari ama madaktari waliokuwa hapa kwamba tafadhali tubaki kuvaa mask zetu ziwe kwenye uso na tusizishukishe unless labda unataka kunywa maji ama kutafuna kitu. Tafadhali. Asanteni.
get too loud. Silence when I try speak out. Suggestive when I choose to smile. Sensitive when I choose to cry. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood. Correction, I am a mood. Oh, you've been miseducated. This miss is amazing. You keep me saying, get used to me. Make it room for me. Me see queen queen. Wanijua, wanisikia, maana kemi najijua. I was told I couldn't run, so now I fly. Told I shouldn't argue, but my spirit fight. Told I couldn't drive, now I'm flown. Told I'd never work again, look at all I've done. Told I should sit down, so I'll take my throne. Told people like me don't stand, now we're twice as tall. We work twice as hard to get half as far. You didn't make me great, was the other way around. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood. Correction, I am a mood. Oh, you've been miseducated. This miss is amazing. You keep me saying, get used to me. Make it room for me. Me see queen queen. Wanijua, wanisikia, maana kemi najijua. Get used to me. Make it room for me. Me see queen queen. Wanijua, wanisikia, maana kemi najijua. Scary when I get too loud. Silence when I try speak out. Suggestive when I choose to smile. Sensitive when I choose to cry. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood.
Great, welcome back.
Correction,
Welcome back. We're winding up. I hope all the groups are back here. So in a very short while, before we invite our host to just close this session, allow me now to invite the chairperson of each group, 3 of them. You tell us what you are able to discuss and also some of the solutions you come with. So the first group, which was moderated by Pinky Gelani, that is discussing about legal framework and policy advancement to address GBV in sports. So I kindly request, humbly request Mrs. Sarah Ochwada, sports lawyer, to come and share their presentation and their resolution. Karibu sana. Let's appreciate her as she makes her way here.
Now I'm flown, told I'd never work again. Look at all I've done. Told I should sit down, so I'll take my throne. Told people like me don't stand, now we're twice as tall. We were twice as hard to get half as far.
Yeah, this is not conducive for very tall people. All right. Thank you so much for having me. Let me just correct Churchill very quickly. Mrs. Ochwada is my mother. I understand it. Mrs. Ochwada is my mother. So it is Miss. So yeah, Valentine is coming for anyone who wants to make an application. I am ready.
Sorry, so Miss.
Miss Ochwada.
Okay, karibu sana, Miss.
All right, we had a very delightful session. I'm glad everyone who joined us did not find us boring, because legal people and lawyers can be a little bit boring sometimes. So I don't know how much time do I have to report? 3 minutes. Jeez Louise. Okay, so we discussed the legal framework and policies around GBV. And our task primarily was to try and map out what we have legislatively and what we can do to fill in whatever gaps that are there. So let me summarize what we found in the recommendations that we think, if we implement today, can be very good in moving us forward in GBV annihilation in Kenyan sports. So, first and foremost, it was important to sensitize sports people around what is actually gender-based violence, what is sexual harassment, and not just from a definition standpoint, but do the victims of this violence understand what's happening to them, and at what levels? Because we've understood that it's not just women who suffer from GBV, and it's mostly a systematic degradation of rights right from childhood. So where do we get these individuals who are likely going to be victims of GBV? School systems, in their homes, and how do we sensitize them? Do we do it from a home setting or an education setting? And how then can we ensure that whoever is in the custody of a child or a minor will not be in a position to take advantage of them? So that's the first thing. Secondly, we identified a few institutions which have been established by the Sports Act, which are key in helping us to remove this or purge GBV within sports. One of which is the sports registrar. Now, the sports registrar has a very good mandate of registering not just federations, but also sports people, professionals, and support personnel. So the unfortunate thing is we are yet to have regulations around registration of sports professionals, which includes athletes and the support personnel. And what we wanted is accountability and transparency, and also pursuit of excellence in ensuring that the sports registrar actually populates this register as soon as possible. Secondly, still on the sports registrar, we felt the sports registrar needs to wield her power to ensure that the federations actually put in place GBV policies within their systems. How can she do this? Put in a framework whereby every single federation in Kenya is required to come up with a policy within a time frame, 6 months, for example, and those who do not come up with these policies should be deregistered and reapply for registration after you have fixed your house, right? Third, Sports Kenya. Sports Kenya is one of those establishments we have identified which can be a neutral body to come up with a system or a mechanism for reporting which will not be intimidating to sports people, because those who are either perpetrators of GBV or accomplices of GBV exist within their own federations. So we thought we should task Sports Kenya as the neutral body to come up with a mechanism in which reporting and monitoring of GBV within sports would be important. Number 4, bridge the gap and shorten the period between complaint of GBV and issuance of protection orders by the judiciary. What we've noticed is as soon as you go to complain of an incident, you are then sent away after you've given your report. But between the moment of giving your report and getting a protection order against someone else, it could take a matter of weeks, days, and months. We would like this to be shortened to a matter of hours. This would then mean that the police and the judiciary should work together to find a mechanism to shorten the period of application for protection orders so that any victim of GBV should not have to wait very long in order to be removed from a situation of violence from their perpetrators. We also wanted to distinguish between the sporting and private lives of sportsmen and women. For the following reasons, GBV can either happen within your home setting or within the sporting setting. So, if it's in your private home or your private life, the criminal procedures and laws will take effect. But if it's happening within a sports setting, then there are 2 sets of consequences that we have recommended. One, of course, will be pursued by the state, which is a criminal procedure, and the other will be pursued through sports disciplinary sanctions, where the federations will hopefully already have disciplinary committees put in place, which can then ban the individual who has perpetrated the GBV from participating in sports or dealing with sports people. I think those are the main points. I hope I've not gone past 3 minutes. I've done well, eh? I am great like Eliud. No woman is limited. So thank you so much for your attention. We shall continue seeing you and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Great. Great. Let's appreciate Ms. Sarah Ochwada, sports lawyer. I got it right? Yes, great. All right. Asante sana for your group report and recommendation. Now, group 2, resource mobilization and human capacity development. That's what they were talking about. It was led by Rahma Aswale. The person was Ms. Cynthia Mumbo. Karibu sana, Ms. Cynthia Mumbo. Great. When you hear her name, you see NBA. Karibu sana. Karibu. Let's appreciate her. She makes her way here. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to present this evening. We were talking about resource management and human capacity development. It came out very clearly that, whenever we think of resource, the first thing we think about is money. And resource goes beyond money. Resource is the process of, finding ways to meet an organization or an institution's objectives. And that includes more than just money. It requires the most important resource. And I think our group answered this very loudly. The most important resource is people. In sports, the most important resource is the athlete and the fan. And so I'll get to that. Lady Justice Oluoch said something very powerful this morning. If you're not on the table, the ladies got this one. If you're not on the table, you're probably on the menu. And so if you want to make a difference in sports, you have to be that resource. You have to be, as women, we have to be on that table. We've not been on the table. I asked a question to Mr. Mutuku, how many federations do we have? We were told 70. And how many of them are led by women? 1. Paralympics. Yes. Pinky? Yep. I ran for president in January of last year. I lost. Maybe I could have been 2. For basketball. Right. And netball as well. But it's painful because no one ever really considers netball. That's because they say it's a women's game. Am I lying? The president of netball is here? Okay. That's another thing. We're talking about sports. We're talking about athletes. How many federation heads do we have here today? By a raise of hands, how many federation heads do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So, basketball federation? Anyone from basketball? Angie is here, but she's the Assistant Secretary General. So, which federation? Deaf basketball. Let me throw one at you. Right. So we have more than 2, right? But at NOC level we have 1 out of 70, right? So what have we come up with? Create equal opportunity. Women are not asking to be given. I didn't ask. I can assure you, if you want to be president of this country, as a woman, nobody's going to give you that role. You have to stand and be counted. True or false? And so in sports, we are saying we want equal opportunity. That's what matters. If it is media, what kind of coverage is media giving us? Give us 50% of media coverage. That's the only way the sponsors will say, oh, there's women's basketball, there's women's football. But usually women are a sideshow, you know? And in women's sports, in fact, that's what they do. And in women's sports, you know, unless our women are doing exceptionally well at the international level, it's very rare. We need to create mechanisms that protect those that are harassed. Very, very important. I think that has been shared by the legal framework. Autonomy in reporting. When we come up to, my apologies, sports funding. This is something that I'm very passionate about. I think I've just spoken to Madam CS about, you know, business, corporate, the idea of commercialization of sports. I'm very passionate about that. We have a very big challenge. We watch our athletes at the international level. How many of us have attended an FKF, any game, FKF game locally in the last 2 years? Okay, before pre-COVID, how many of us went and watched even Gor Mahia and AFC in this room? Out of their own will. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 400 of us, 300 of us, 4. I'm not blaming the rest of us who didn't go. It's because of the challenge that we have. We have not positioned our sports. Sports is like any business. Sports is like any business. I buy Blue Band because it's in my face every day. And my son has been convinced that if he doesn't eat Blue Band, he's not going to grow. Sports is entertainment. And so if we don't position our sports, you know, nobody's going to come and support us. The corporates will tell you, at the end of the day, my business is to report to my stakeholders. You know, it's to report to the guy who gives me the money to make the money. And he's going to ask, what are your values? You know, Safaricom will say, what are your values? It's a different world today. We're talking about sustainability and everything else. So they're going to ask those questions. Are we ready to answer those questions? And that brings me to the next point. Do we have the right capacity and capability to be able to deliver on what all our stakeholders need from us? The fans want to come to the stadium and enjoy themselves. They don't want to think about the toilet and the food that their son might eat. They don't want to think about, will there be security? It's very basic. You know, they don't want to think about that stuff. But that's the stuff they think about at home. They say, true or false? And so before we even start thinking about the funding from corporates, They don't even call it funding. It's a partnership. It has to be a partnership. Before we think about them bringing in money, what are we doing for ourselves? You have to convince someone as a business that I'm worthy. Those of us who run businesses, you have to show that you know your stuff before anyone buys from you. True or false? And so we must have a paradigm shift in sports if we want that funding, if we want corporate support, if we want corporate partnerships. We must change the way we think. We must change the way we action. Who leads as women? How many of us lead within federations? I asked that question. And it's not just federations. How many of us run businesses in sports? I can count, we are less than 10 women in the whole country. We're less than 10. We're less than 100 in Africa, I can assure you that. We're very few. We all know each other. And so we must empower our women. Those of us who are already out here, I know they're here because they are passionate, not just about sports itself, because when you're there, it doesn't matter if it's the national team of the men or the national team of the women, we work for both. But we have to have a concerted effort. We have to take this upon ourselves and say, we want to grow more women. We want to put more women in leadership of sports. And it's not something that should be debated anymore. It's something that should be actioned. When we talk about economic empowerment, this was a very passionate discussion within our group. Empower a woman, empower a community. Empower a woman, empower a nation. I think Obama said that. It comes from my shags. We are relatives. Every Luo is a relative of Obama. No, seriously though, he's 4 kilometers from my shags. So empower a woman, empower the nation. And, you know, like any space that you're in, nobody's, you know, the thing is, we're constantly saying we want women to be given. Women, take. I'm challenging the women in here. Madame CS is in a position where she took. Today we're speaking about women in sports because she is there and she has taken and she's talking about women. It's never happened in the history of this country. Thank you. So, how do we empower our women? How do we empower the men as well? Because we do not live in a women's society alone or a men's society alone. We must empower everybody else, must understand that, you know, it's important to speak to everybody. We had a very interesting point that was raised by a gentleman who said, how come we do not have the reports? How come we don't have them in Braille? We don't have them in Braille. That's because we who are okay don't think about it. And it's not that we are wrong, it's just that when we wake up in the morning, we don't have the same experience as them. And so we must think about that. Remember that for the next time, for everything that we do, everyone in this room, that we empower everybody. We must think about it. For me, I never thought about it. I played basketball properly all my life. I'm being reminded about the time. I get passionate a little bit. I'll get to my final point. How do we empower everybody? ICT, use platforms that are available. Data management, and use ICT for education. And with that, I come to an end of, thank you, Pinky. Come to an end of my presentation. Thank you very much, everybody.
Great, thank you very much. Let's appreciate Miss Cynthia Mumbo. That was very passionate. I like the fact that President Obama is your neighbor. I'm here to remind you also, Dr. Alfred Mutua is my neighbor. We are still recovering. Some of you will get that joke tomorrow morning. allowed. After this, we have a cocktail. My goodness, can't wait to share. Now, into my group that I was moderating, allow Madam Miss Lilian Mududa Waweru. We're talking about the women and leadership in sports. Karibu sana, Madam Chair. 3 minutes. Oh, Sylvia is going to talk. Sylvia Kamau. Let's appreciate Madam Sylvia Kamau. Awesome, awesome, great.
Thank you very much. I'll speak on behalf of the leadership panel and our chair, Madam Lilian Mududa. So we have 4 recommendations and conclusions. One is we recommend that the Sexual Harassment Act and the Children's Act to be adapted to all sports constitutions. So we've spoken, we had a chat with Madam CS, and we've told her about that. And we think this is key because once those 2 are adapted in all constitutions, there will be no protection for the perpetrators within the federation. The second one is mentorship, and we discussed this at length. One of the things we propose in mentorship is to have the veterans stay in the game. So once you've played, you've served your role as a leader, and you now want to retire, kindly stay in the game and take up mentorship roles. You can take 1 or 2 ladies to your wing, help them go through the stages of life, the stages of leadership in sports. The second one is to tap into other leaders of other sectors. So, for example, like today, we've had a representation of all the ladies, legal, there's commerce, there's trade, there's marketing. We can tap into as sports women and leaders, we can tap into other sectors where we can get ladies who are excelling in their fields to come and help and mentor and train athletes who want to become leaders, and the current leaders, of course. The third one is to have women encouraged to take more positions, more leadership positions, and especially in the key decision-making roles. Take up positions in the executive, for example. Let's not take co-options. Don't be told that you'll be the secretary so that you can be taking minutes. No, take up the president role. Be in roles. If you want, we were told by Lady Justice, I'll watch that if you're not on the table, you're on the menu. So let's be on the table as we discuss issues that concern women. We are the ones who are championing for those, the issues. The fourth one is the affirmative action. Again, this is to the ministry. We would like to request that all federations and sporting organizations they have, the affirmative action is there on paper, but it is not implemented. If we can find a way in which we can have all the federations and sporting organizations implement the affirmative action, that would be good. And those are our recommendations and conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sylvia Kamau, sports consultant. She was also a Senate chairperson. Let's appreciate her. Yeah, that was my group. Before we started, we said our passion. We love to kiss. Yes, keep it short and simple. What were you thinking? That's why we kept it very short and simple. Thank you so much, Madam Sylvia Kamau. Asante sana. And let's appreciate all the chairpersons who did an amazing presentation. Now, before I invite the beautiful Pinky, tomorrow we have a jam-packed day. Make sure you're here, happen early. We start at 8:30 a.m., so make sure you're here on time. Of course, we have Vice President, Women's Global Sports Marketing from Nike. Professor Margaret Kobe will be here. CS Ministry of Public Service and Gender. Of course, we'll have Francis Motuko, SG Secretary General NOC. We'll have Agnes Oluoch, President, Kenya National Paralympic Committee. Miriam Opondo will also be with us here. She had a moment earlier. And so tomorrow is a beautiful, beautiful day also to deliberate some of those things, to see how we make the sport a better place to exercise that what God has given us. All right. So it's been awesome. It's been great hosting you. Now, after this, we'll have a cocktail that I'll be hosting together with my co-host Rahma Swale. Rahma is right there. Rahma nifunza Kiswahili kweli kichamadafu hapa mdomo hapa si mdomo yangu. So after this we'll be just exiting. Alafu Waluya, like I kept saying, kuku ziko mbele. Mbele, usieke mboga uanze kutusumbua, upatiwe saa nyingine pale mbele, lazima nirutie. Kuna makosa imetendeka. So allow me to invite our moderator, the beautiful Miss India Kenya, and of course our moderator and our co-host, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to invite Pinky Gelani. Pinky.
Thanks, Churchill. I was Miss India Kenya 21 years ago, and he still refers to me as Miss India Kenya.
It doesn't change. Just like being ambassador, Balozi. I'm Balozi Churchill. I'm still here.
So we own it till we're old and fragile. What a beautiful day. And thank you, Churchill, for some comedy as well. We have made history, have we not? We really have. And thank you to the CS, Amina Mohammed. You have made history. A big round of applause for you, for taking the initiative, for taking your position and making a difference for Kenyan women. I know you say it's gender-based violence, it's both male and female, but what you have done for Kenyan women, we salute you. We thank you. Yesterday, the CS held a presser and she spoke about how proud she is of the Kenyan athletes and how when they cross those finish lines with our flags, it is such a proud moment. You know, when we hear our national anthem, it is actually profound. It's become something that the whole world knows. I mean, when you talk about President Obama and Chris Rock, someone as famous as Chris Rock, talking about President Obama running for elections and how nobody will beat him because you can't run against a Kenyan. Now that is amazing. So we thank our athletes for what they do for us. And the things that we've heard today, amazing words that we will take home with us. From Justice Oluwach saying, we are playing our part. From Catherine Dereba saying, silent no more. From Eliud Kipchoge saying, it is us. We are responsible. Society is rotten. It made us uncomfortable, but it is the uncomfortable truths that will make us change. And change is what we must do. And I ask you, because a lot of us in here are parents, and I ask you to take this home with you, because the change will start within our homes. Let us empower our daughters to have voices, but more so, let us empower our sons to understand that no means no, and don't touch me means don't touch me. And if you'd like to touch, you'll have to ask. And also, let us empower our sons to know that a powerful woman is not a threat. At this point, I would like to, thank you, invite our CS, Ambassador Amina Mohammed, to close off the day. A round of applause for our CS.
Thank you very, very much, Miss India Kenya. But my dear friend and younger sister, who, steps in to talk to me and comfort me at every turn, and also offers advice. whenever I am out of touch with the realities of a younger generation. So let's give her a round of applause, please. And let me also thank a friend of mine who, used to invite me to his show every other day. And I turned him down every other day because I was so afraid of going to his show and getting embarrassed. But Churchill, I promise I'll come next time. I'll come next time. I think I'm afraid no more. We have had an amazing, amazing day. I think you'll all agree with me. We started it off, I think, on a slower note, and then it just started building up and took a life of its own. And I think that was the intention of all of us, the athletes, the federation leaders, and, all those that were in this room from morning. It was about creating that momentum. We listened to, a legend, Justice Alwaj, tell us, a few, truths about what she has had to do. But I also remember how much she did for women and children. And so always proud of you. I always look up to you and, always expect you to do the next amazing thing. And so, just thank you for everything that you do. And then, of course, we had the Chief Justice speech, and we have the amazing panelists, one after the other. But I think that what really struck all of us today, more than anything else, was the children. The children in the morning who, unlike ourselves, took responsibility. They did take responsibility, didn't they? Yeah, the girls, they came and said, I'm Agnes Tirop, from the youngest to the oldest. They talked about their dreams and their aspirations and their expectations and their hopes. And they also told us how all that was dashed at the altar of something else. And so I think, that started us off on the right foot. Then we had our amazing, wonderful singer, who has now created an anthem for us, an anthem for equity in sports. Yeah. So that is our new anthem. I hope that we'll be playing it every single day and all the time. Right? I think it makes us comfortable with things that people are usually uncomfortable with. And so thank you very, very much, dear sister. And you heard what she said. She's also been a victim. We are totally and completely sorry about that. And we will see what we can do to make sure that others don't go through what you went through. Right? Catherine, the amazing chairlady, and Catherine, your courage, even the courage to share her emotions. How many of us have that courage? Not many. She shared with us her inner feelings. And until we learn to do that, both men and women, right, will all, I think, be just on the periphery of things. Until we internalize and react and show that it actually affects us deeply. She knows what she's feeling, she knows what she's talking about, and she led us in a most wonderful manner to write a report that is a historic report that we'll always use to address some of the challenges, but also the gaps that exist. So, Catherine, asante sana, asante dada, tumefurahi, asante. So, ladies and gentlemen, the rapporteurs, they did an amazing job, didn't they? Now we know what each of the panels focused on and what they recommended. We actually have what I would call a solid roadmap, going forward. And so I just want to say thank you to each and every one of them. Say thank you to Jimmy for the amazing work he did with our young ones. And the little boys who took responsibility and said, no, we have to change this, and this is not going to be business as usual, and we need to do what needs to be done to correct all the mistakes of the past. I think all that was wonderful. We're coming from a place that we are not terribly proud of. I think we have had fantastic discussions, and we have what would be the elements, very serious, concrete elements for a roadmap moving us from where we are to the next level. So thank you very much. I think everybody has played the role that they were supposed to play, and they have done it in a most generous manner. I just want to say on behalf of the ministry, our CAS who is here, our PS who is at chairing another meeting, that we are all extremely grateful to all of you. And I also want to take this opportunity to introduce the High Commissioner of Pakistan, who is here with us. Please stand up so that you are recognized. This is the High Commissioner of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, she is a sportswoman. Anyone who wants to learn archery, the best expert in the world is right here. Yeah? So thank you. Thank you, Excellency, for being here. You're very welcome. So there is a cocktail. And the amazing Churchill is going to be there. And, that means that we'll have a lot of fun, that we are going to laugh at each other, at ourselves, at our situations, and that we're going to enjoy what will be a very amazing afternoon. Thank you very, very much. And see all of you here tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Once again, let's put our hands together for our host, CS Ambassador Amina Ahmed. Really appreciate Daktari. And it's not my cocktail, it's her cocktail. It's our invitation. So once again, hakuna balozi moto. So hizo maswali za balozi tutadili nazo huko. Let's play the national anthem, then we can finish nicely. Homeboys Television, once again, thank you so much for such a great presentation and also coverage and putting us right there. Those who have been streaming live, asanteni sana. Make sure you link up with us tomorrow morning from 8:30 right here, Diani Reef, as we continue with this great conversation. The national anthem. Finya hiyo ya Kenya, Kenya. They almost played for Pakistan. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Now we'll allow our host to leave, and then everyone else will exit. Cocktail iko hapa nje. It's outside. Then karibu sana. Waziri tafadhali. Unaweza cheza kale kamziki kako. Karibu sana, karibu sana.
Try speak out, suggestive when I choose to smile, I choose to cry. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood. Correction, I am a mood. Oh, you've been miseducated. This miss is amazing. You keep hearing me say get used to me. Make it room for me. Nisipa queen queen. Wanijua wanisikia manake mimi najijua. Told I couldn't run, so now I fly. Told I shouldn't argue, but my spirit fight. Told I couldn't drive, now I'm flown. Told I'd never work again, look at all I've done. Told I should sit down, so I'll take my throne. Told people like me don't stand, now we're twice as tall. We work twice as hard to get half as far. You didn't make me great, it was the other way around. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood. Correction, I am a mood. Oh, you've been miseducated. This miss is amazing. You keep hearing me say get used to me. Make it room for me. Nisipa queen queen. Wanijua wanisikia manake mimi najijua. Get used to me. Make it room for me. Nisipa queen queen. Wanijua wanisikia manake mimi najijua.
Huko nje.
Scary when I get too loud. Silence when I try speak out. Suggestive when I choose to smile. Sensitive when I choose to cry. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood.
1 2
Correction, I am a mood. Oh,
1 2 1 2 1 2 mic test 1 2
this miss is amazing.
niongezee
You keep
hii hapa nje.
hearing me say
1
get
2
used to me. Make it room for me. Nisipa queen queen. Wanijua wanisikia manake
1 2
mimi najijua.
1 2 Kwa sawa? Niongezee vocal. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 Niongezee mic hapa. Iko chini. 1 2 1 2 1 2 Bado ongeza. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 mic test 1 2 ongeza kidogo. Ongeza. 1 2 Sasa.
it was the other way around. They try to tell me, miss, you're in a mood. Correction, I am a mood. Oh, you been miseducated. This miss is amazing. You keeping me safe.